We're just waiting on Director Moretti to come back in, and then we're going to get started immediately. All right, if council members and everyone could please take their seat. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Finance Committee meeting on a hearing on the budget. Before we begin, Clerk, could you please take a roll?
Councilman Ferry, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas, Council Vice President Vargas, Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present.
Tonight on our docket, we have the Public Works Department, which encompasses highway maintenance, building maintenance, engineering, fleet maintenance, Bureau of Traffic Safety, refuse and removal, care of trees. We also have the Sewer Enterprise Fund, Planning Department, and the Capital Budget, as well as the Parks and Rec Department. We do have some members of the public here this evening. I believe, well, obviously in person, as well as looks like potentially online. So we will take comments from the public on the respective department at the time of that department meeting, after that department has gone through any questions or comments from the council and committee. We will then move to public comment before we move on to the next department. With that, we will begin with the Public Works Department, which is group number, we'll start with group number 1300. And Director, I do have 3 questions on line item 54000.
While the director's looking that up, just to inform you that our Public Works Director left employment of the city last Friday. So that's why we don't have a Public Works representative here. He was the closest with the budget, so we will do our best.
While Director Zadelis is looking up the question that I had asked, do you think that the current vacancy in the director position would result in any net savings or reduction in the expenditure for salary schedule for 24?
Hopefully not. Hopefully we have someone on board before July 1st. It's in everyone's best interest, particularly, the residents and servicing in a very busy time. Actually, springtime is, critical time in the summer. We're gonna look up the Rolodex. If we had a process previously, we're checking, going back because there were a couple of good candidates. And we're going to reflect on those for starters. So hopefully we will have someone proposed soon. So we anticipate having it filled before then.
Thank you. Do you anticipate I'm not sure exactly what line item would come under, but would there be any sort of acting director or I'll just ask the question. Do you think like a former director might come back, and would that increase for 23
In an acting where the short term won't be, I don't think, calling anyone back. Acting previous directors are having the 75-day rule. But we think we can handle it in-house if it's a very short term. And right now, hopefully, we're going to be looking at short term, hopefully 6 weeks or so, something like that. So I'm trying to line up people for next week to speak with them. Having discussions with the personnel, the various personnel people within the DPW department, and Chief Engineer Matus, kind of earmarking him as being the I don't know if the word is acting, but someone would certainly be the liaison, and then myself. I was a student of Mr. Bernardo, who is a superstar, seriously. And so I've got much more familiar with the projects and what's going on, and with the PE, Justin Matus's expertise, professional expertise. I think we might be okay for a while.
Okay. Council President, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Director Moretti. So if I understand you, you're hoping to have someone July 1st, but in the interim, yourself and the engineer, Justin Mateus, will be filling in that role?
At least for next week. This is frankly, Director Bernardo had let us know. I did everything I possibly could to keep him on board with the mayor. He made a career life decision to move on. So it's kind of new to us, even though it's not completely unexpected. Went right down to last Friday, of not knowing for sure if he was going to be staying on and coming to work on Monday. So this is very new, and that's why I can't say it's been thoroughly thought through, but in the very short term, we should be okay. And so I'm talking next couple of weeks, we'll give it even further thought.
In terms of the projected for the proposed budget and the actual budget as to where it stands, I'm not seeing anything sizable for a differential. I'm just wondering, I was told not through the administration, but through others, that Ken Mason had returned. The city had employed him again under the 75-day rule just this year. So I'm wondering, where was he paid out of?
I'm not sure what budget he was paid out of, somewhere in DPW. I'd have to check. But Mr. Bernardo, did call upon him to come in, I think maybe one day a week or something like that. I'm not quite sure exactly. But because of the reductions in public works, to get by, he relied upon Mr. Mason, who I know Ken Mason with his past experience, I think helped quite a bit in the budget preparation process, actually. But I've heard he's in Florida this week, and I think for the last couple of weeks. So do we have a planned differential? It very well could be, but hopefully, as we said, we should be back and tuned up again by July 1, hopefully.
But if you're not, just so I understand, you have not planned for a differential in this budget, correct?
Correct, because we plan on having a full-time DPW director come July 1. And as I said, this just happened, so it was after April 1st when the mayor submitted this budget. So we didn't have knowledge between the printing of this document, the presentation, and today to even consider it. But even in retrospect, we would hope and anticipate by July 1, we wouldn't need to put a differential in and have that position filled at that time.
And then going back to answering the question that I have with respect to where the former director, what expenditure line he was paid from, you said you don't know that right now, but you'll be able to get that information to me. And was there anyone else besides the former director Mason that was hired in the last budget to come fill in some way? Were there any other hires of that level, director level?
At the moment, I can't think of anyone. I'll keep thinking. I'll come back to you if I can think of someone. You say someone who filled in as an acting director? Just make sure I understand the question. Other departments, is that it? Or
Just within, since we're sticking to the budget that this department, Public Works, within Public Works, if anyone else on the, administrative director level was hired to come in.
I'll let you know this evening if I think of someone, but I can't think of anything now.
In going forward, given that there is no differential that's planned for in this budget, does the administration intend on hiring someone on a temporary basis, like the former director, in January of next year to fill in again?
No plans. There's no plans. As I said, this is pretty much all new. Can't say it's been thoroughly thought through. But no, again, our goal, our direction is to have that position filled by July 1.
All right, if, like I said, if you can just get back to me as to what expenditure item and what the amount was, and the number of days, that would be good to know going forward. Thanks. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. If we loop back around to the question about lighting streets, that's running about a 0.3 million over from the proposed, from the last year's budget. I recognize that the director position is vacant, maybe. So if you don't have an answer, I understand. Do you think, is that increase in any way related to more streetlights? Or is that just general kind of continuance of maintenance of what is existing?
All right, Nick. We'll be shutting off streetlights, so that amount will go down in 25. I don't know if any of those streetlights will hit, if they were anticipating those streetlights that are gonna be assumed by certain streetlights by the state may actually be absorbed by the state in FY 24. That could be an answer, and I'll follow up on that with DPW tomorrow.
Thank you, Director Moretti.
Yes, that's correct too. Plus, I think that Mr. Zidelis referred to timing before. As we know, now the last 3 months remaining in this calendar year, it's daylight savings. And the necessity for the length of time that the lights are going to be on and energy consumption would be anticipated to be less than than just an annualization of our actuals to date.
Thank you. The next question is the line item directly below that 54001. It's the rent lease for the building. That is budgeted, proposed at 90,000, which is the same as it was in 2023. The 2022 actual is 79,000, and when you annualize the current 23 actuals, it goes back to it's 79,000. So I'm wondering, is the full 90,000 necessary? Is rent going up by 10,000 next budget or next fiscal year? And if so, would that have been some sort of contractual agreement that we entered into with that property?
My understanding, it's a contractual obligation, but what I was just looking at, Counselor, is how inconsistent that has been. It's fluctuate, 80, 87. If I'm looking, that's 54001. I'm just trying to line up, if you would indulge me for a minute. And like I said, that's one that has gone up, down in terms of what the payment has been. I'm gonna assume it's a contractual obligation for the 90.
I think, and Director, I know you have, and I certainly will recognize you momentarily. Off the top of my head, I want to say that the steep increase in that line item probably is due to, I'm trying to remember when DPW moved from Cranston Street to over Saconaset. That was probably, that's what that was. Because I think that was the last, maybe the June of 2020, around there that we did that.
I'd say 2019, 2020 timeframe. I think it may have been 19, perhaps.
Yeah, Director Moretti.
May I add to that is, yeah, that the lease at Saconaset, I believe for this, up until July 1 of this year is approximately $84,000. I think there's about a 3% increase in the renewal. So that would bring up to about 87,000, I thought, and that's triple net. So you're going to be paying some other expenses for that facility. That will get you pretty much to 90.
Less a question, more a comment. I appreciate seeing that the rodent control program is going up $10,000. I know that's I appreciate that going up, and I appreciate Gina Capuano in the mayor's office. I feel like I bombarded her last summer with, and you, Director, with rodent trap requests. So I appreciate that that's going up. I know that it's something that residents appreciate and is utilized. Any other members of the committee have any questions or comments regarding Group 1300? Council President.
In terms of this department, the expenditure for 520 gasoline and oil, is that just encompassing the public works vehicles? This isn't including any vehicles used by other departments like the executive?
Through the chair to the council president, That's an answer I have. I still owe you from last night. I'm assuming it will include other vehicles, but I want to just verify that and get that answer back to you.
I'm sorry, one other question.
Yes,
The lighting streets expenditure that Councilman Donegan mentioned, 54000. Does that also include the purchase of lighting fixtures such as the ones that are being proposed on Facebook for outside of City Hall?
Through the chair to the council, no, it does not.
So is lighting streets, that expenditure just the
It's
the utility expense,
Through-
but not the physical structure?
through the chair, it's the electrical bill, and I believe it includes the lease of some streetlights that we still lease.
Thank you.
Budget Auditor DeMayo.
On the revenue side, two questions. The street opening permits is running at 135% currently. And it's annualized at 166, and the budget has 82,000 for this year coming. Do you feel that that might be a little bit understated?
Through the chair to the auditor for the council. Up in that, there is a misposting of a revenue that belongs down in the engineering. So in terms of, if you're looking at the FY 23 report, I assume, Mr. Auditor, we're reconciling it back. There's proceeds that were deposited in 1300-441 that belong in 1303, 443, and a journal entry is going to occur in the imminent future.
And then
So to answer your question, no, it's just an accounting error that needs to be corrected.
and then is there a clarification on the Public Works Highway miscellaneous? There's nothing in the budget, but in the current actuals, it's running at about 40,000. Is that a one-time revenue?
And I'm sorry, if I could just have which account, sir?
44200 Public Works Highway miscellaneous.
Okay, so the approved budget was 150. You're looking at FY 23, sir? The current year.
Looking at actuals, there's nothing
Yeah, the current
currently in
year's
the budget.
actuals.
There is nothing budgeted currently for that category, and it's got actuals of 39,271 on the revenue side.
May I just, I want to make sure I'm looking. Once again, I'm gonna assume that that's another misposting. And I don't know where that would probably belong. Most likely, if you look down at 132-442 highway maintenance, where it says highway miscellaneous, once again, I think that's a misposting as well.
Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. I'm not sure if attendance was taken earlier or not, but if the record could show that I'm correct.
Yes,
He left? Oh, he was here?
he left employment of the city last Friday.
Oh. Okay. Well, that was news to me. All right, so are we, is it proper to say, are we posting this job? Or, I mean, maybe we can add it to the next city council meeting, or you guys discussed it already? Okay, I apologize. All right. Can I ask why he left?
We should.
I think the right
keep
answer is
it-
executive session.
Okay, all right, perfect.
I think we should be discussing.
Okay, so
person
can I ask who
for
the
that reason.
interim who's there acting as DPW? Is that you, Anthony, as well?
I will certainly be lending my expertise. But Justin Matus, our chief engineer, is going to, in the short term, let me say that, coordinate the issues going on in the department in conjunction with me.
Okay.
And again, we have some, fortunately, we have some very strong division heads. And so they pretty much operate, and I'll just mention some: John Corso, Gerard, Scotty over at
Okay.
Fleet. Well, Justin in engineering, Steve Mulcahy. We're seasoned people in sewer, Ed Talley. We're very seasoned people who kind of know their jobs. They've been doing it. So we believe we have a strong group, core group that will just need some direction here and there, and anything major will be deferred to the next director that will be recruiting.
Okay, so I guess because of the salary schedule that's on here, are we proposing the same salary in the current budget that the current or the outgoing public works director?
Yes,
have-
and again, in today's world, we've experienced a very difficult task of recruiting any department heads in the city. People just aren't as interested in municipal government like
So are
they
we
used
doing
to
a
be.
differential in pay for any of the interim current directors that is in the budget and for this fiscal budget that we're in?
Well, what happened was we knew of this departure subsequent to the mayor's proposed budget, so nothing would be reflected. And in the interim, relative to that budget, the intention is to have the new public works director on board by July 1. So as not to affect these numbers. That's,
Okay. I'm not sure if any sidewalk program questions were asked this evening, but I'm just curious in terms of the sidewalk part of it. You know, in terms of where we are now, the actuals and the demand for that, was that considered at all? It looks like we're still at 30,000 once again, being proposed. And clearly we've been getting a lot of, I know some of the council members have been getting a lot of calls or communications in terms of the sidewalk program.
I can say where were we year to date? In fact, you can look at the numbers, but I believe Mr. Igo, if I recall, about a month ago, we said we're probably about halfway. Yeah, and year to date, we're 14,000 of the 30. That kind of makes sense that we have, kind of the last half, because of the fiscal period, the way it runs. So we're tracking, if you will, on an annualized basis to the $30,000 number, which is the 50-50 program. We say 50-50 is a matching program. So we're tracking to that number, to that $30,000 number.
I just have one other question through the chair. The rodent control program, I don't know if that was already asked, then I'll just follow up with whomever the council members asked that, because I'm assuming it might be a very similar question to what I have. And then, sorry, I'm just I had a couple of questions written down. Nope, the other ones are for highway, so I'll just hold off until we get there. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions on group 1300, are there any members of the public in person that have any questions or comments regarding group number 1300, Department of Public Works? Seeing none in person, are there any members of the public online that have any comment?
See no public comment.
All right, at this time, we're going to move on to the Division of Highway Maintenance. That's group number 1302. Division of Highway Maintenance, group number 1302. Director Zadelis, the one question I have is on line item 5420, construction and reconstruction. The current year annualized is running 97,000. The 5-year average is 125,000. and the proposal is 165,000. So is that why 165?
We did in fact, ratchet it down based on trends. This is one of those similar to snow, the reconstruction work. If you had a bad winter, this is the account that would go out and do remedial work or roadway, improvements or resolutions to, totally, cleaning or repaving a small section. So we took the average, but it's one of the accounts that the DPW, when we were trying to ratchet down appropriations, was adamant that from year to year, it does in fact vary, but it's one that to ensure safe transit through the streets, it's one that you have to have at a sufficient level.
Thank you, Director. Any members of the committee have any questions or comments on Group 1302? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Director. So my question is, line item 54203, snow removal overtime. So this question here is gonna be related to the two other question I have. I also for it's I see the budget for this line items on $150,000 for 23. Is this the same for 23? But I would like to really have a little clarification when we talk about snow removal over time. Is so how that's work, because when someone is hired for like you're working on that particular position, or whether you are a vendor or a contractor, so how we ended up to have such high amount for overtime.
Okay, through the chair to the counselor, if I can call your attention to the FY 22 actuals that are in your budget. If you remember that winter, that was predominantly weekend snowstorms throughout the year, if you do recall.
Yes.
So with a weekend snowstorm and we're calling in employees to plow or to be, I call them snow monitors, we're paying people overtime because it's off their hours. So now I'm gonna move from FY 22 to FY 23, the year we're in. We had a very mild winter, an unseasonably mild winter. But once again, if they're called in during the evening, they do get overtime rates per their contract. So the snow plowing account varies from year to year in trying to properly budget something that the citizens rely to have passable streets, close to after the end of a snowstorm is imperative, but we do pay overtime if the plowing is not during their normal working hours.
Yeah,
that
so I remember that when we had this terrible Wednesday snow, but at the same times now, my question related to 54204, snow removal vendor contractor. So now, like, if you at the same time, you have contractor for this same removal that has a budget for $250,000. So is there a way we can really, when we compare both, overtime plus vendors, some things?
Through the chair to the council, I'm not from someone north of Cranston. In working in an urban environment, I don't know of very many cities that can plow just with employees without augmenting them with independent contractors. I mean, we only have so many employees, and quite honestly, we've even ratcheted down.
That was
the number.
not the question.
Okay, I
That was not the
apologize.
question. I know. So that's me. If we have, this budget for, vendors. And then also we have this amount for overtime. That's what I say. We can reduce something here like for overtime. So if we have vendors that we already doing the job, that's what I mean. It's not, we don't want vendors, we got vendors, so it's,
If I may, through the chairman to the counselor. If you look back historically. And once again, I'll harken back to FY 22 and look at how much we spent for all the categories, materials. Overtime that year was 219. Even with the overtime, the reliance on outside contractors were 317,000. It's that coupled, on the contractor side, the cost of fuel for contractors. So I'm just saying this is probably one time that I would call DPW a public safety department. And when it comes to snow events, that is a public safety. So it's, I can say with no uncertain terms, watching the former director Bernardo, he was very cognizant of costs on snowstorms, but not at the sake of public safety. So he would balance overtime and contractors to ensure that the streets in Cranston were thoroughly plowed for the residents to commute.
okay. My next question is about equipment repairs. So I see we have an increase, but we stayed the same from 23 and 24 for repairs. So I'm looking at, do we have, so for those repairs, what kind of repairs they are, like a machine? It's
Okay.
54201 for repairs. Is it truck? What kind of those?
There's a lot of, all the DPW trucks, hydraulic systems, braking systems, the plows themselves. It's those vehicles. It's all the trucks you see on the road, that will require repair.
So
Yeah.
those repair goes to outside, or we have our
Those are,
internal way that can,
we'll go to
lessen the cost? Do we send those outside of vendors?
fleet maintenance will handle most of the work. And this is mostly a lot of purchase parts. On occasion, perhaps they have to go outside, but routinely it's done by our fleet maintenance department, which is coming up
So
in terms of
is it
that staff.
in-house,
Yes.
so even in-house, we have to pay so much money?
Parts, yeah, materials and parts to, that will go.
So we do not have employees that can repair things that based on their duties, or
There's an example, this isn't the whole thing, but brakes, when brakes go, brakes are gone. Hydraulic line breaks, snaps, you need new hydraulic lines.
okay, so that's mostly for cost of materials, is not mostly the cost for the person that will do it. It's not
Correct.
correct.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I might add one other thing, I might give a little clarification about the contractors versus the overtime. Basically, and there could be some exceptions, but the basic rule is the private contractors, but when we call them in to do the main roads, the main roads are mostly covered by our DPW staff, in which case that will tap overtime in the materials. when, with the snowstorms that get over, typically it's about 3 or 4 inches when we make the call about requiring the contractors and when they're gonna be doing more of the side streets. So we call it doing the mains and the hills, which is primarily our DPW staff who does those. But all the other roads that you see plowed, fundamentally, it's the private contractors. So if you can differentiate the differences and when those people are called in, depends on basically the type and the height of the snow or ice storms.
Thank you for the clarification.
Council President Moreno.
Thank you. Similar to the other departments, with these budget hearings, I had a question for legal services, if they were being utilized at all by this department, and I do see, 51306 Legal Services Fund.
Through the chair to the council, that's a contractual payment from union contracts out to the governing union group. So that's not us paying for legal services, that's our contractual obligation to the union.
I'm good, thanks.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Through the chair to the Director of Finance, I'm just wondering, in the salary schedule, I see that going down. Was that a loss of a position from when we made cuts in the last budget?
Through the chair, that their complement is down from
Okay, great. And city claims, line 53507. I see that sometimes that is funded and sometimes it is not. I'm just curious as to why. Since
Through
we had
the-
a long discussion on claims last night.
Yeah. Through the chair, if you can indulge me for 1 minute. And FY 22, FY 23, it was budgeted for $10,000. This year, we've had no claims. So we carried forward the experience this year into next year with the fact that we didn't have any claims that directly hit the highway maintenance budget. So that was a decision we made in the formulation of the budget, trying to wean down every department. So that was a
Okay,
choice, 0 expenditures this year with,
the same
Yes, ma'am.
assumption. Okay. And then I can appreciate that this budget it's been reduced. And I know that the snow removal is unpredictable, so I can understand that. My one question is, for the overtime, does this include overtime that's paid for snow removal to other departments such as Parks and Rec? I know that sometimes Parks and Rec will come in and have plows on a truck. So I'm just wondering if they're
charge
paid
that
from
out of-
this versus a Parks and Rec overtime, because it's for snow.
That's all overtime.
Excellent, thank
All
you.
department overtime is here.
Budget order.
Through the chair, just really quick, the claims may be a fourth quarter adjustment based on claims that would come through because of snow removal. That's why from year to year, it may be 0.
Council President and then Council Vice President.
Just one quick question, so I don't have to ask it for each department, because I assume it's falling under Public Works, and if it's not, the proposed lighting and repairs, or sidewalk improvements outside of City Hall, which department expenditure is that coming from?
And I'm doing this from memory, 50% is from the schools. And I honestly don't remember where the other 50% went, was being expended from, Counselor. But I can get that to you because that was I want to say that was a bid that was put out, but I can get you that information.
And is that included in the upcoming budget or in the previous budget?
Through the chair, it's being expended in this fiscal year's budget. And for the construction, the lighting will be assumed as an operating expense, just like our electricity bill here, because they're tapping off of this building.
Okay. Director Moretti, you don't know offhand which department that expenditure is coming
I
from?
don't know the accounting. All I know was split 50-50 between the school department and here. The superintendent and the mayor, I guess, had concerns about safety and lighting. So they decided to split the bill. The accounting, I wasn't part of that.
Okay, but it's part of the 22-23 year.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Council Vice President.
Just had a quick question on the traffic sign materials. I know it was reduced by $38,000. Sorry, by 2,000. Is this an account that, I mean, how many traffic signs are we replacing them? Is that why that? 'Cause I'm looking at the, well, I didn't bring my glasses with me, so I'm sorry. It's usually estimates pretty on the low side in the ball 30s. Is that an account that could possibly go lower? Actually, you know what? I have the expenditures on here. So we've used 30, I'll have my ruler. Where is it?
It's like,
31%, correct?
yeah. You wanna?
Apparently the trend, if you analyze it, is lower, but we are entering a busier season. Spring season is when they do more work than not. Sure, that's a 38,000 estimate along with kind of everything else. But based on, I guess, history and that springtime is a busier time, it could be higher, could be lower. So that was just a better estimate that we
That's a-
did reduce the number.
I
But
don't
it
know
could-
if
it
we
could
can use that
change.
a full
It,
amount.
it could change.
Okay, thank you. Not to, obviously the quality of life of everyone here in the city, right, is to make sure that, well, there's a lot of to make sures, right? The trash get collected, the highways are important, public works in general. But I'm just curious, and it's a question that I've actually asked in previous budgets, and I really haven't asked it this time around. If you did have to, even though the mayor's proposed budget, right, came down 5 million less, if you would be able to cut from anything else on here and still deliver quality of service that everybody deserves in the city, should continue to deserve, where would you be cutting from?
Through the
Curious.
chair to the counselor, I think generally you've seen a balancing act in this budget.
Okay, I'm just,
In where we saw opportunities to reduce budgets, we did. You just can I say that there's a silver bullet where we could, reduce costs, that would traverse all departments. We tried to be surgical in our reductions, Counselor. I think in hearing departments and what Mr. Moretti said last night, the attitude which we're trying to convey is we collectively are going to be doing more with less. So at this point in time, or coming in, I didn't think we would solve the financial, I don't want to call them woes, the challenges in 1 year. We've taken a large step, but we're still not, out of the woods. I'll just very quickly point out that we're still, we've gone down from 19 million to 4 million on the ARPA funding. while reducing departmental expenditures. So, could I give you a broad brush, solution to reducing budgets? No, we tried to do it surgically in concert with departments. So there is no silver bullet answer I could give you at this point in time without affecting services.
No, I appreciate that straightforward response and I just figured I'd ask anyway. And I know that I almost got my head cut off 2 budgets ago when I would always ask if we can deduct from at least office and supplies and I'm actually
In
seeing it in this budget now being, and I know we have to really tighten our belt, with inflation, and everything going on. So I just wanted to make sure that I did my due diligence and asking for the record.
Don't know.
I can say this, from taking off what you said, is we are going to continue. We need to continue to look at ways of reducing government. Certainly, we would have loved to give more money to the schools this year. But we didn't cut, obviously, we couldn't require, we're not required to cut, not allowed to cut, but so on and so forth. We did workforce reductions. And that's the direction. There's been several departments that wanted incremental heads, and we spoke about this at length, I think, in other meetings, that sure, we could use more hands on deck, but unfortunately, across the board, we're not adding heads. And it's regrettable, but it's sustainable. We're not, so in that respect, it is sustainable. A couple of initiatives that were discussed at prior council meetings that the finance director is looking into is healthcare and in property and in claims liability insurance. Those are 2 initiatives discussed, council president and the council has this brought up, and that Director Zardellis is looking into. We're not able to enact those I'll say changes, but after this budget process is done, he's knee deep into that. So we're going to be looking into ways of doing things differently, and that advice is taking heed. But we'll continue to look, but it could be arguable to say, hey, a few dollars here or there, a few thousand here or there, judgmental, frankly. But truly, this thing we just took an approach where it's reduce or maintain. And that's where it's been at. That's where it landed.
So I think thank you for that response. So I think one of the council members hit on the salary or maybe the overtime. The salary was reduced as the submitted budget by the mayor. And that's probably because of some of the layoffs that took place. The overtime stayed the same. Luckily, we had, I should say, yes, a very mild winter, right? Where we didn't get a lot of snow and everything else. If we were to have a few snowstorms next winter coming up during next fiscal year, that overtime could potentially go up, right? So because we didn't reduce you overtime there, we left it the same. So would that have any impact in terms of less staff, more overtime? So, or, I mean, it's all dependent on Mother Nature, but I'm just curious.
Through the chair to the counselor, in the highway department, there are 2 different classifications of overtime. The regular non-snow overtime, which was 30 grand, which for this fiscal year, they're trending close to 30 grand for their overtime. Now, if I transition down to the snow removal overtime, like you inferred, we had a mild winter this year, and they only through February, I believe there was a storm, one additional storm after February 28th. But I can say with no uncertain terms, they didn't even come close to hitting the 150. So now it's a balancing act that historically, the last couple of years, the budget of 750 for all categories of snow removal resources, that being the supplies, the departmental overtime, and the hired equipment, collectively, that's our target for snow. And in the event next year's winter, is similar to what we had a couple years ago. During the course of financial management, we will try to identify other available revenue, resources, appropriations to cover that deficit so we can close the fiscal year in the black. So it's a never ending challenge for truth, justice, and a balanced budget.
Right, so then, and I do see the snow removal overtime at the bottom, and I know, I guess my question should have really have been more for even on the public work side, for the side from here in the snow in general, right? And you have public works out in the summer and maintenance and along those lines. I didn't know with the layoff if there was any whether or not we were gonna hit that dollar amount in general, but
I think I picked up on what you're getting at. With workforce reduction, you think there's going to be more overtime as a result of less people. They're correct. We require a set level of staff, particularly CDL drivers and then support staff. We do have enough coverage in CDL drivers and minimum staff to fill in during those snowstorms. So we're not short drivers. No different than we have 16, we'll say snow plowing districts. We have the adequate resources that we had in prior years. So that was a set amount. We still have those resources to fill those positions that wouldn't require, I'll say, special overtime, certainly depending on the weather, that will determine, that'll be what's variable. But we do have the in-house staff to support the storms the way it was still structured.
so whatever remains obviously could balance out the budget, but it could also be added as a fourth quarter transfer to be used for any other
Through the chair to the
possibility
council,
that
that's
the
correct.
administration
It will
wishes
be
to-
available funds. Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Germain.
Thank you. I have a question, just a clarification I need. It's based on traffic sign materials. So for example, I would like to know, when we request, for example, a crosswalk or a stop sign, so all of those fall under highway, Division of Highway Maintenance?
Through the chair to the council, yes, they are responsible for signs.
Okay, so for example, if we request like, I remember we had passed, well, we didn't pass it. The previous director install a traffic light. So that was under highway maintenance. So Park Ave in Grace, was that under highway maintenance?
Crosswalks and I'll say the signage, the lights, flashing lights, all that is not part of this budget. That'd be part of a capital budget. And
Okay.
I believe there's
That's-
a line
yeah.
item for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, that's why I want the clarification, so.
Calming projects.
Mhm.
So correct, those types of things, crosswalks, those type of, I don't know what to describe those signs, but yes, typical street signs, stop signs, those types of things are what you're looking at in this operating budget. But
So-
not this crosswalks and not those flashing.
So,
lights.
for example, if there is a street where the signage have faded away that needs new painting to make it clear, so that's fall under highway.
Yes.
Okay, so that's when we call under traffic sign materials. So but when we have like a project for crosswalk or traffic that fall in the capital budget, that's what you mean? Is not on the public works and not on the highway?
Correct. You are correct in what you're saying.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding group number 1302? Seeing none from the committee, are there any questions or comments from the public regarding this department? In person, seeing none, are there any comments online?
See no public comment.
At this time, we will move on to group number 1304, Division of Building Maintenance. Director, I know one question or two that I have. The first is on line number 54401, electrical supplies. It was reduced by 3,000 in this proposed budget to 52,000. The 5-year average is 36,000 and the fiscal year 23 annualized is at 36,000. So I'm just curious why I appreciate the reduction given the historical trends here, but why not reduce more?
Okay, and I apologize. 44401. And as you said, if you were going to straight line the 24,000, it would be lower than the appropriation. This is one, it was, quite honestly, we trended it down to just reducing it 52, just not a straight line. Although you do say, if you look back into FY 21, there was a big activity. So I don't know if DPW has planned work for electrical upgrades. And I'm gonna have to speculate that their ask was for projects that they may already be planning on working. I can say with no uncertain terms, the light switch over there that was just replaced is one that was paid out of this account. You know, they went out and had an outside. So there is work that is being done all over through city buildings, such as that box in the corner was a rather expensive upgrade that needed to be done. So I'm assuming that they have known work orders in the system that may, lead us to hit the amount that, we're proposing in next year's budget.
Director Moretti.
If I may add to that is, I know that the building maintenance department has been very assertive and feeling that they are building maintenance and not building improvements. So this budget reflects the incremental cost of if there's going to be improvements, having to go on the outside at times to do some work that we would have preferred to do in-house. But they are pushing back that work such as that should not be covered under the in-house labor that would be required to go to the outside. So that number reflects going in that direction a bit more.
Thank you. Council President.
Just while we're on that topic, when you say they, who are you referring to? Is that the supervisors of the maintenance, building maintenance division specifically? I'm just trying to understand.
The building maintenance staff has pushed back on some of the work we've asked them to do. And if that's the case, and without going to arbitration and grieve or I don't want to say bring discipline, but if they're objecting quite a bit, perhaps it'll cost the city a little bit more money to go on the outside to do some things that they will not do on the inside. That would be coming from the workers themselves.
Is this a follow-up to that question? On that same item? Councilwoman.
Do they have the duty, what they should do, what they shouldn't do? I don't understand that. if you ask them or tell them to do something, it's not in the duty. So how does that work?
I think it would be a gray area in looking to the union contract as to what they do and don't do. You can't force them to do anything outside of their job description, if you will, the duties. So that's something I think we are taking a look at to see what they should be doing and shouldn't. But I think with the assistance of a personnel director, it would help to delve into that further.
Thank you to look into that, because if we need to save money, we work with each other. So what is the scope of your duty, and everybody do their part? So if something, we can look into it to see how we can negotiate.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee related to this department?
What is the difference between, so look at 52004 departmental expenses and city supplies. So those two, I would like to have a little clarification with that.
Why are there two accounts listed on, through the chair to the counselor?
Yeah.
I don't know the difference. The second one, if you notice on the report from our financial system, is zeros across the board on the report. It could be a coding error in terms of the account structure, but I don't have an answer. One has no money in it and no expenses. So,
So one.
Through the
Okay, thank
through
you.
the chair, I believe those accounts were set up during the pandemic because some of the reimbursements through departments, they had to classify certain supplies that could be reimbursed as COVID use supplies, whether it was cleaning or
okay,
not.
so the
And
project.
yes, I vaguely remember that that was the easiest way to classify the expenditures.
Thank you. Is there something we can continue or
No.
is something we can look
If-
into
if-
it?
If Mr. DeMayo's explanation, it was and now that he called that to my attention, if you look at the last 6 digits, that's a project number. So it's probably a legacy from 2 years ago that just has not been deleted out of the system.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ronzulli.
Thank you, through the chair to the director. For electricity, could you just tell me what we're running the current year, please?
To the counselor for building maintenance, right now, actual year to date is 285,000 through February.
And what's that annualized? And if projects do come to fruition, such as, I know there's, money perhaps to put solar over the parking lot, and are we getting any kind of audits? Will that help reduce these expenditures going forward, in your professional opinion?
Through the chair, a couple of things with the electricity. One of the things that in a former life, and I'm probably the person that's most guilty of it, something as simple as leaving my computer on as I scurry out of here. There are things that I'm looking at in terms of reducing the consumption of electricity. such as there's actual software that can, be pushed out to shut off the simple Lithuanian's account at night, computer at night. So there are things that we can do long-term with a plan to reduce our electricity consumption, including installation of different lights, but it's got to be thought out and planned, but that's a goal that I have long-term in terms of utility savings.
That's fantastic. I know Rhode Island Energy will also come in and do an audit and
Yes.
pay for some of it. And I'm sure if different solar things come up with credits, we could be saving money. I'm just hoping that going forward, we see this, we take advantage of the different things that are out there.
And
If I may add to the annualized number, it comes out less than what the budget is. But you can remember there was a substantial electrical rate increase into the budget year. So it didn't happen on an annualized basis, weighted towards the end of this year. So that's why you're seeing the spike to reflect those increase in rates that came on after this budget, this current budget was established. And but we anticipated the spring to be higher. The bills have been coming in markedly higher. As you know, went up about 40–50%.
Thank you.
Council President.
Director Moretti, in terms of the building maintenance department, would that include, let's say, if the police station needed some repair in that building or the fire station needed some repair in that building, would that be included under maintenance? And I'm not saying an improvement, I'm saying, let's say, that there's something wrong on the floor, missing tile, for example.
Yeah, building maintenance typically will pick up the tab.
All right, are there any other comments or questions regarding Department 1304? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public? In person, seeing none, any
I just had a quick question.
Council Vice President?
Thank you. Director, I could be wrong on this, but the building maintenance, we're doing any maintenance. Do we have buildings that we own that we're taking care of that aren't currently used? I guess what I'm trying to get at is, for example, there's a building right behind the mobile. It used to be a school. And if we're maintaining in terms of whether winterizing those buildings, will that come out of building maintenance line items as well? And I don't know if that building is still owned by the city or not, or if it was sold. But just as I'm just using that as an example. Do we have any buildings that we're winterizing?
Yeah, as to that building, I can't swear to this, but I'm quite aware it's not part of the city any longer. I can't swear to that, quite sure. But are there any buildings similar to that? I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I can't think of any.
Okay, all right, thank you.
While you are talking about the building, so something just come in mind. For example, Budlong Pole Bath House, that's a building. So is that fall under building maintenance?
Parks and Rec is responsible for it. There's very little cost because that's been winterized. There's no heat in there. Knock on wood, well, there are problems in the building, but it hasn't been maintained per se recently. But that would be a
Building and maintenance, is that public building? Is that a building, we consider but the
Yeah.
bathhouse as a public building?
oh, sure. Yeah.
So if it's a public building, should it be under building maintenance?
Yeah, they would,
Yes or
would-
no? Yes or no?
well, let me say this, it's been closed now.
No,
Before
we're not asking close or
Okay, I
not.
can only give this answer. That was been closed since before I took this job. I can't attest to
Mr.
what happened
Moretti,
previously.
I'm not
Let-
asking.
Sorry,
you-
sorry,
I'll tell you what I know.
I'm the
No.
chair.
I asked you a
I'm-
question.
one at a time. If you, please, Director and Councilwoman, just if someone is addressing one or the other, I just ask that you not speak over one another. So let Director Moretti answer the question, and then Councilwoman, you have all the time you need to ask any questions you'd like.
Agreed, that is a city building. I can only speak to the time that I was hired, January 5th or 6th of 2021. Since then, the building has been closed. It has not been, I'll say, routinely maintained. I'm not aware of any issues that occurred there that required building maintenance to maintain that facility. But yes, I do agree that building maintenance would share in that, as the facility is open to help maintain that facility, if that answers your question.
Okay, my next question is, what are the duty of the building maintenance? When we talk about maintain a building, what is it? Is it making sure we have the electricity there, making sure we have water? What is it?
Sure, maintaining the essential services that are going in, the utilities going in the building, cleaning of the facilities, the painting where it'd be appropriate if there's replacement carpeting, plumbing repairs, typical electrical repairs, not improvements, if you will. If there's some carpentry work, doors up or down. They also have been assisting with the graffiti in the city. When it's reported, to remove it or have to paint over it. Those are some examples
So
that come to mind.
all of those fall under building maintenance in the city.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. To piggyback off of Councilwoman Jermaine's questions about the buildings in relation to Parks and Rec, would that be any building at a recreational facility are we responsible for? Or if there's a contract with a league, are they responsible for the maintenance at all? I know that there's a building that's near Brayton Field. I think it's called Feinstein Alzheimer Building. Are we responsible for that building? Does that come out of Parks and Rec? Does CLCF pay for it?
The Alzheimer's Center there, the building maintenance, but I know Director Tasalia is here. If the chair would allow him to come up and speak to the question about rec, Parks and Rec, what they maintain.
Do we want to? Are you okay with that? I don't want to.
I'm totally fine with that. I'm just wondering if, it's streamlined or if it's in different departments for, even up at Cranston West where they have that concession, that's a building, is alumni do it or not? Okay.
Yeah, I would defer to Director Tasalia on those concessions, but certainly the fields and all that are maintained by the Parks and Rec Department.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I could tell you this, I know that there was I think a water break or something and building maintenance at one of the concessions buildings on Brayton Avenue last year. I know building maintenance was out there. So if that's an example.
So it can perhaps go between the departments and it's all coming out of city money anyway. So it kind of one hand washes the other. Is that a fair thing to say?
That is your answer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments from the committee, once again, calling any questions or comments from the public regarding Group 1304, building maintenance. Seeing none in person, are there any questions or comments online?
There's no public comment.
At this time, we're going to move on to Group 1303, Division of Engineering. Do any members of the council or committee have any questions? No, Council President Marina.
Thank you. The office, the Department of Engineering, all the positions currently filled?
Through the chair to the council president, yes.
And the overtime I see is listed, is that, well, I don't want to make assumptions. If you want to explain why you expect the overtime to be similar.
Through the chair to the counselor, quite honestly, when we're developing the budget for engineering, this would be the department as we do paving jobs should be out inspecting. So one of the requests was when whether it be bringing them in earlier to do inspections of our infrastructure improvement. The division head and the department head both were recommending that we take a more I don't want to call it aggressive, but a proactive approach to monitoring projects that we have going, whether it be just a direct paving job or some of the capital projects, which would fall under the engineering division. So, you know, their request was to increase that line item, but we couldn't justify it. But we do recognize they need to get out into the field more. So that is the response relative to the overtime.
It's currently tracking under, is it not?
That's,
Yeah, yeah.
through the chair to the council, that is correct, but as we're going up into construction season, I think they're anticipating getting the not only not the director or the division head, but the two staff out doing inspections.
That's all that I have for now. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments regarding group 1303 from the public in person? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public online?
There is no public comment.
All right. Thank you. At this time, we are moving on to the Bureau, the Group Bureau of Traffic Safety. That is group number 13. Trying to find the
1301,
group number 1301.
page 17.
There any questions or comments from the committee? Director, the one question I have is, and Councilwoman Vargas might, she might have more information. You know, several years ago, I think Councilwoman Vargas might have worked, and the grant writer might have worked with our legislative delegation at the State House to get some grants to purchase, and the police department to purchase like the flashing stop signs or solar lights. They were, from my own conversations with the police department, they were relatively inexpensive. And, you know, I'm just wondering if that's, hearing from meeting after meeting, and certainly from emails and calls from constituents, traffic safety is such a huge issue. I'm just, you know, if there's where within the budget, whether it's buying lights, you know, solar lights, to help reduce speed, you know, is there anything in the budget or any line item in the budget where, you know, we can point to try and take more proactive measures on traffic and street safety in the city?
Mr. Chairman, I can say in terms of, as you can see, the traffic safety's budget, it's just funding an employee has no operational accounts, so, I'm not aware of that grant. I'm not aware of the cost of, a flashing, street light, even though I've seen them with the solar mounts. Right now, I'm not aware of a budgetary line item, but I can do some more homework relative, if you can tell me when exactly the city, roughly, the city got the grant, and I can research just to find out how much one cost, because sitting here tonight, this evening, I wouldn't even know the cost of a flashing street light.
Certainly, yeah, we can,
If-
I'll
if-
connect with you
Yes.
via email. Thank you, Director. Are there, Council Vice President Farkas?
Actually, yeah, so part of that was through one of them through a grant. That we were able to get, that the police department, was very helpful. And then it actually came from the former speaker, who was able to help out on that. And the second set of solar lights that was the first one was placed, I believed, over near Dew Temple, on Pontiac Ave, that way near the Friendly Community. And the second that was placed over on Broad Street. And I've actually been asking, see if we were able to get that through a grant once again, towards Park Ave. There's a certain area on there. But I had a question, and it was more, and sorry, that was, I think, two sets were a set. I'm sorry, it was between $10,000-$14,000 for the set. And obviously solar, I would recommend that's the way to go. And I think the police department was able to help because of data collection as well in terms of speed, how much of a speeding happens. But in terms of this division that I had was the salary schedule. Is step 8 the highest step of a salary in terms of the city contract? I know the salary continues to increase, and it seems like there's only one person under that division.
Through the
Is that-
chair, I'm sorry to answer your
No,
question. I believe it's the 8 is the highest, but even when you attain the highest step, you still get contractual cost of living adjustments. So that represents the step and the cost of living adjustment that was negotiated with the union.
Okay. And so my other question was, should kind of have added that to my previous one, was piggybacking a little bit as to what Councilmember Donegan had mentioned, right? In terms of like maybe traffic lights or blinkers or anything along those lines. So anytime that we do get light blinkers, I think there was one place that Councilwoman Jermaine had requested right here on Park Ave. Does that come out of this line item, or is it coming out of highway or public safety?
I would
Because it's
assume, and
there.
it's through the chair to the council, I'm making an assumption. I believe that would come out of highway, since this department has no operational funds. So similar to the street signs, which are paid out of highway, I would make an assumption that, well, the first thing is we'd have to find available funds, but I would assume the expenditure would be coordinated through this division with the highway division where they put it. So,
To my knowledge, it would, I believe, if I recall, Director Bernardo saying that would be out of the capital budget for traffic calming devices.
All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Councilwoman Jermaine.
So, my question is just about the staffing. Is that a choice to have only one person under traffic safety? Because this is a very important division, and one person. So is that a choice, or it's because of a budgeting issue?
It hasn't been expressed any differently to us. That it's been one person for a long time now, and I don't recall last time it was more than that, and I've had some history with knowing the personnel in the city. And it has not come up as a taxing, a responsibility where we need more help. So I can only say it hasn't funneled its way to the mayor's office that there was a need for additional personnel. So it hasn't come up in the last couple of years. And though there have been other requests, obviously, that weren't able to fund, but this one wasn't even a request.
So, I saw some of the, light item that has been since 2018, that's it's a trend. For example, pavement marking materials. I don't recall I saw that light item in other places, or maybe it's under some generic term. And traffic sign materials, so I did see that on the highway maintenance, so we just moved some of those things. Communication, so there is no communication when it comes to safety under this division. So I see there is nothing there for communications. And I think safety, so probably it just goes somewhere places. Departmental expensive, I don't see it's zero since 2018 as well. So my question, what really consists of the duty of one person on that division?
The duties of that individual. There's, that person wears many hats, and I'm sure I'm not gonna be able to articulate all that person does. But certain, as you know, for any proposals, for any traffic measures being requested in terms of ordinances, that person is the person that reviews them to compliance with federal laws. All signage that goes up in the city, again, that person is reviewing those for compliance. In terms of special events in the city, a key person involved with the planning as to the traffic movement along with police, but also instructing the flow of traffic, signage for no parking, temporary parking for events. If there's details, consulting with police, the police department about certain traffic details, some of the more complex ones. And I could tell you, Ms. Mulcahy, he does a lot more than that. I'm just trying to, I believe in some fashion, he helps out actually with our sewer personnel in knowing the roads. I believe poll locations, he assists a bit, so he chips in there. Again, I don't have a full description to articulate, but those are some of his responsibilities.
Thank you.
Chairman Downigan just stepped out for a second. Any other questions? No? Okay. Any public comment, Tom?
There's nothing online.
Okay. Any public comment in chambers on traffic safety? No? Okay. Moving on to item refuse, group 1306. Anybody have any questions on group 1306 refuse?
If I may add a little color as perhaps people are thinking of questions. The trash hauling is the waste management contract. Tipping fees, we know the volume that we have there, pretty predictable in the city, and knowing the rates that we're receiving from the landfill. So those numbers are going to be pretty accurate. Those are your two biggest line items, as you know, Clean City Coordinator is the personnel, the person in that department. In the refuse other, off the top of my head, I'd have to look this up maybe in the rear pages. It's described as legal disposal service for city residents. I'm frankly not sure, and I just wonder if that could be the semi-annual bulky waste pickups. It's what it very well could be, but I'm not positive. Yeah, I was just saying the biggest line, the two biggest line items, hauling is that your waste management contract. And the other one, tipping fees. We know the rates, if you will, coming from the landfill, and our experience is very predictable. So those two major line items, and I believe that other 75,000, I believe if I recall, not positive, that semi-annual pickups for bulky waste. Mr. DiCarlo, our Clean City Coordinator, is the personnel in that department.
So can I, thank you.
Budget order?
Council Vice President Vargas.
So just had a quick, because I think the city, right, on when the more you recycle, I think, don't we get a reimbursement as well, don't we? From the waste, from the company?
Through the chair to the counselor, I can say this year, we did get for no better term, a rebate. And one thing, in the back of my head, the former director, Bernardo, said that was the first one we received in a few years. One of the things that, it's been observed not only in Cranston, but nationally, that commodity, recyclables went down for a while, so they must have recovered because as Director Bernardo said, it was the first rebate check he's seen come back in the last couple of years. And that would have been picked up in the revenue side as a miscellaneous revenue.
So that was a 5,800?
I'm sorry. Also, could you?
Was that the 5,800? You're saying it's under the reuse miscellaneous revenues?
It probably would come in and have been classified as a miscellaneous revenue under, if I can.
I'm sorry, auditor, can you repeat that number?
If that's what the miscellaneous revenues, it's 3892 currently. But there's nothing in the recycling rebates.
Yeah, so I know we got a check. I don't know where they classified it, but I know for a fact we got a de minimis check this year from the recyclers.
So we haven't received a check, at least to your knowledge, based on what you were told in the previous years. This was the first time in many years that we received. And it was that low
Yeah,
for the recycling?
yeah, there was a period of time that you couldn't give recyclables away. It was that bad
Within the last 10 years?
within the last 5 years.
And then, so can you just, there's a school refuse revenue then? If not, what exactly is that revenue again, if you don't mind sharing?
That is the assessment to the schools for their trash, and that's what, I'm sorry, sir. That was something that as we were putting the budget together, it was noticed that we had not received that, so DPW is working with the school department to get that reimbursement.
So we're receiving $92,000? We will be receiving 92,000?
Through the chair, when waste contracts are bid for the cities, usually they include all the school buildings as a separate bid. And then depending on the budgetary aspect, the school will reimburse the city. It's just easier to go out to bid at the same time and keep it under the same year's length of the contract.
Got it. So, but this is just, when we say school refuse, is just all of their trash. It's not
It's the
recycling.
It's anything that Waste Management picks up at the schools.
Got it. I didn't
So they
know.
also, they have recycling bins at all the school locations also.
Okay. And is it, I guess, fair to assume that we've only received from the, going on to waste bags revenue? Is that $40,000? Is that what I'm looking at in terms of received? On waste, so, are we, I mean, I guess, is that really, how does that compare to the previous years, I guess? You know, because that's the purple bags, is it not?
Yeah.
The brown bags? I thought that
Through
was,
the chair, those are the leaf bags that you pick up at Benny's or Stop and Shop. So usually at this point, you'll see it increase because of the time of year it is.
okay, I'm sorry, I'm lost. So we make money off of the brown bags? Yeah, Betty's is gone. That's right.
What's that?
Job lot.
It's either that or Anna Hope, right?
And that revenue is a timing issue. So now that the weather's changing, that'll increase.
So we make money off of those paper bags? I'm a revenue, I'm trying to make sure, because I'm trying to understand that part.
It's probably not a profit, but it's some reimbursement. It's an offset against the expenses we do incur. Or if, you know, so it's somewhat of an offset.
So for the brown bag, so anytime I put a brown bag out, we're getting some sort of money back,
Correct.
right? What's that?
You had that.
Right, okay. I didn't know that because I know some folks put it on a regular barrel, full, a leaves full of barrels, right, or yard waste, and that's fine too, but I didn't know we made some sort of possible funds off of that. So that
In
was
those,
really-
in those purple bags, this is
Purple bags, we
something
make
that
money.
comes back. I'll
Yes.
say we receive some revenue. I don't know if we're making money, but.
So is the purple bag part of this? Or is it separate? Or is it all in the same
Yes,
line item?
this is- Yeah, no, this is. it's a Conversation that would go.
By the way, obviously the 9, 6, 7, I frankly don't. Top of my head, perhaps one of these other gentlemen may know.
Yeah, that was, and my last question was if we can just kind of fill me in again on what the amnesty program is again?
I can respond to the refuge removal other. So we're on the contract with residential pickup, but we also use Waste Management for roll-off containers at various construction sites. So those are billed differently. The trucks that pick up the residential waste are billed on the contract as a fee every month. The rail loaders are usually billed haul and tonnage. So for example, they'll charge you $150 to transport the container. And then whatever the tonnage weight is in the can, they'll multiply it by whatever the rate for the disposal is by the tonnage. So they usually segregate that because those bills are different. They're not standard.
And so, and then the white goods in the amnesty program, is that the free bulky pickup in March and in September? Is that what it is? Okay. Thank you.
One question through the chair to the administration. Obviously, this is one of the biggest expenses that the city incurs consistently, and Waste Management's been our contractor for probably 15 years. And I believe under the charter, it's a 2-year bid, and then they can have 1-year renewals. Just a thought process. Is there any consideration of maybe putting an RFP out at some point, or splitting the city in two to maybe get more competitive contractors to come in and do the work in the city? Because there is only 2 or 3 that probably can handle the city of Cranston, one being Waste Management, one being BFI, and one being Republic. So in order to maybe get more competitive, is there a way that maybe we could consider dividing it up?
Through the chair, we can consider anything, but if we could look at it on that, because, you know, to a certain degree, if you think about it, picking it up is a function of a fleet, a driver, and utilities. I mean, gas is gas, you know, the truck. So yes, we can look at that as an option.
The common concern that came out of the bidders is the fact that the city probably requires 10 to 15 vehicles. And with only a 2-year bid guarantee with 7 one-year renewals, there aren't too many companies that are going to invest 250,000 a vehicle for 10 vehicles for only a guaranteed 2-year contract. If the contract was a smaller radius, you may get some of the independent contractors that would have some interest to doing the work.
Okay, with your focus on the independent, I mean, like you said, with your, you know, how you preface, there were really 3 people that could handle a city. So your focus would be trying to lure a smaller potential operation.
Well, trying to lure anybody, because if I'm correctly, to Director Moretti, I don't believe there was any other bidder except Waste Management. And when the prices went up, the administration extended the contract, knowing that there'd probably be no other bidders at the time, trying to lock in the pricing.
I'm trying to recall the conversation. I believe it was Director Mason at the time. Because all those options were discussed. Frankly, I don't recall the conclusion and the considerations. But I know it's been thought of. Certainly, it could be looked at again. But I know this was not a blind decision because they're looking at alternatives. Looking at alternatives for yard waste, just yard waste only, excluding the regular trash. Very difficult because it's seasonal, hiring staff, just like Waste Management has problems. I know that there was several scenarios that were reviewed. Frankly, it's been a couple of years now. It's not fresh in my mind from those discussions, but I know the Public Works Director, recommendation was Waste Management.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we had a problem with containers, so it's been a while. A lot of residents have been requesting containers, and a lot of us been working with the administration. And I know last time you came before the council, you say the administration pay for those containers, right? So in this line item, I don't know which one you can explain where we pay for those containers.
Those containers have been a capital item and not an expense item because they're useful life. So it's not one of these expense items that you would say.
Okay. It's in the capital.
Some of the these replacements. I'm not I tempted to be the finance person, but I'm not.
Okay,
So I would have to defer to finance for the accounting
okay.
of that, but in the past, the major purchases for the trash bins have been capital. That I do know.
Okay, so in line item 54606, that's a refuse, removal, recycling container, that's what it is, right? Is that the reason why we remove that? We have 00?
Yes, that's why you don't see it as an expense. It would have been a capital purchases, when those capital and those bulk purchases took place.
Okay, thank you.
and I apologize if this topic was approached while I was out of the room. It's line item 45607, white goods. The proposed line item is increasing to 55,000, which is a $5,000 increase. The current fiscal year annualized is at 43,000, and the average over 5 years is 41,000. So I'm just wondering, why is that being increased? Is it contractual? If so, what is the contractual obligation for the next fiscal year?
And if you can indulge me for a minute so I can get to that expense. That was DPW's recommendation for, the cost of the free disposal service, and I don't know if they thought there would be increased utilization next year. But once again, a straight line projection of, I think Mr. Tamayo may have just done that, 28,000 through February. But I don't know about other people. We typically, clean out the house in the spring. A lot of activities, human nature occurs in the springtime. So if you're straight lining it, I would agree with Mr. DeMayo's assessment, but I would say, like a lot of things that happen, March is when the pickup day is. So this is something that's scheduled September and March. So that wouldn't have been captured. The cost of that free expense wouldn't have been captured in the February report.
Through the chair, the residents are charged per item on white goods pickup, aren't they?
I think this is the note that I have from when I was doing the budget discussion, that this is the fund for free bulk waste pickup.
Which they do twice a year.
Yeah, from March to September. So you wouldn't have seen expenses, if you're trying to annualize it, there isn't any pickup from or. You're welcome.
Councilwoman Rizzo.
Thank you. Tell me if this is an inappropriate question, but do we know if this free bulky waste pickup, is that something done in every city? Or is this just an extra perk that we give out, which is nice, but we can't pick up mattresses and we can't pick up certain electronic devices that are like big TVs,
Regulated.
I think. So I think it leaves out a lot of things that people need to dispose of anyway. So I'm just wondering if there is a savings there, or if this is a rock solid thing that taxpayers want. Just throwing that out there. Does anyone know if they do this in other cities? All of them? It's bulky waste pickup, white goods. Is that done in every city as a free service?
It used to be free. It used to be free. No, like all year.
That's expensive.
Plus, if you want, you can always bring your stuff to Johnston. They leave it off over there. They pick it up.
Thanks.
I took advantage of it March, and there was 3 items that I was able to haul away. And it was like the headboard and the footboard at no charge. Obviously, the mattress there is. But even in other cities, some of it is contractual, some of it is more of you can bring it to your own landfill, or you could pay, but in other cities it was free as well. And now there's a charge because it's costing the city money at the end of the day. But I still think that at least keeping that bulky I mean, I wouldn't want to remove it at all from the city because it still gives constituents the ability to get rid of particularly spring cleanup and then right before the fall again on large, except.
I'm
air
just wondering if we're
conditioners.
getting, the best bang for our buck here. That's all. I don't know. I don't really utilize it myself personally, so that's why I'm asking.
I'm gonna make sure I bring my stuff over to your house because I'm getting rid of stuff.
If anyone needs to get rid of
Exactly.
anything, you can bring it to my house.
Budget over.
Through the chair, each municipality has their own way of handling it. Some have drop spots, some have pickup areas. And just to respond to going to Johnston, the reason why Johnston picks up everything, they don't have to pay a tipping fee because they're the host city.
All right, Council President.
Just want to add this, the service, I mean, I do know people who utilize it too, and I would say maybe in theory, it helps to limit some of the dumping that happens too, if they at least have a resource to call, it's less likely to be on a curb.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments from the committee, are there any questions or comments from members of the public regarding refuse removal or disposal? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from members of the public online?
I see no public comment.
All right, we're gonna go back to fleet maintenance. I apologize for skipping over that. That is group number 1307, group number 1307, Division of Fleet Management, excuse me. Director, the one question I have right now is line item 52006, equipment repairs. Certainly not looking to hamstring any department regarding equipment. The proposed budget is 195,000. That's a $5,000 increase. The current actuals, when annualized, are 180,000. So just wondering why that's going up this year when it's running under budget, or if there are any anticipated
In
in
one
quarter
thing
four.
I'll say, in terms of getting parts for vehicles, it is more expensive now when you can get some parts. So they're repairing larger vehicles. So in terms of the actual cost compared to other years, the inflationary cost, we talk about straight lining, from one year to the next, but nowhere when we talk about a straight line projection do we add inflationary cost. So I'm going to assume that when DPW, especially the fleet division, but really any division, we just got over the contractual increase just on trash hauling. That's one thing that we don't factor in when we're talking about a straight line projection, is an inherent inflation rate between the 2 years. So I'm going to say that that this is their best estimate with an inflationary factor for, purchases of whatever they need to fix the vehicles.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee on fleet maintenance? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from members of the public on fleet maintenance? Seeing no members of the public on in person, are there any questions or comments from members of the public online?
There is no public comment.
At this time, we will end Public Works with Group 1305, Care of Trees, Group 1305, Care of Trees. Director, the one question I have, it's 54501. It is line item planting of trees. I appreciate that it's proposed to go up $2,000. I admittedly was a little surprised that it wasn't increased further. We did just pass an ordinance last month unanimously, and the mayor did sign that ordinance into law that had a $30,000 fiscal note to maintain our existing tree canopy when trees are removed. So I'm wondering why that wasn't fully funded.
Through the chair to the council, when we're formulating the budget in terms of trying to get a balanced budget, that was the increase from 10 to 20 was determined to be what we could afford at the moment with the budget. So that's the reason. There's only a $2,000 increase between the 2 years.
I appreciate that, and I'm also willing to give the department the benefit of the doubt that it was considerably close to the time of the budget introduction that ordinance was passed. As a general statement, I think when we look at a city our size, only spending $12,000 on planting of trees is it's got to be 1/1000th or something of probably less than that of the overall budget. So hopefully we can move some money around to fully fund that, because trees are a vital part of our environment and public health, and certainly our neighborhoods. That's it. Any other questions? All right. Any questions or comments from members of the public regarding care of trees? Seeing none, any members of the public online?
There's no public comment.
All right, at this time, we will close the Public Works Department. We will move on to the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Oh, Sewer Enterprise.
Excuse me.
Are there any questions or comments from the members of the committee? This is 800, group 800. This isn't a separate account though, correct? It has
This
no
is an
bearing on the-
enterprise account where the revenues typically need to offset the anticipated expenses.
Through the
Oh,
chair.
yeah, absolutely. Council Vice President.
Thank you. So we're doing sewers just because it goes in within the rest of the budget. I mean, are we doing sewers next only because it's like within Public Works and we're sticking within, or? Okay. We just had two directors here this evening with us, and I didn't know whether or not we could go through Parks and Recs and planning first before we did anything else.
Are there any questions on the Sewer Enterprise Fund? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. My question is relating to line item 52 016. Professional services. I'm looking at the trend here. I see a big jump increase. For 23 was $100,000 and we have $80,000 increasing, so I would like to have a little more clarification for why this big increasing and and also what it means by professional services.
Through the chair to the counselor, this is, as much as I hate to do it, with a service like this could be engineering services potentially. So if we're doing extensive capital improvement work, which is paid out of the enterprise fund, the design, whether it be doing a pump station, that type of work has to be designed. I am gonna speculate because I don't see it anywhere else in the departmental expense, but the professional services that you see listed here, I'm gonna assume are gonna be engineering, but I will confirm that in writing.
Yes, and also I have another question related to that. Line item 50820 capital expenses. So what are the differences between capital expenses that is a lot of money too? So, and professional services, what the difference between those two line items?
Through the chair to the counselor, the capital expenses, the sewer department has a 10-year capital plan, which is funded not with bond proceeds, but with operational revenues. So the capital expenses would be sewer system improvements, such as, of the nature of putting in new pump stations to move the effluent through the city. That's what the capital expense line is. Again, I'm to reiterate that the professional services would be for the engineering services to design the pump station, so we can, bid it out and get a contractor to perform the capital expenses listed up in account number 50820.
So the projected $6,712,030 is for project that is.
Improvements to the
improvement.
system. I'm
Okay,
sorry for interrupting you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Improvements to
for
the sewer
24.
system.
okay. So that's mean we can submit our project, right?
Sorry, ma'am?
That's when we can submit our project.
Yes. And hope, like I said, they have I want to say it was a 10-year capital improvement program, and they have the listing of the improvements somewhat, assigned based on need, but yes, that would be something that you could give to the new DPW director, Moretti, to put a project into the hopper.
Yes, because we have a project that's been staying there for a couple years. So I'm happy to see that. Thank you so much.
Budget.
Just for clarification, the sewer enterprise fund is a restricted fund, so any revenues that are derived by that area and expenses stay contained within that. So that's the reason why our sewer assessments haven't gone up over the years, because the fund's performing well. So the allocation of the expenses sometimes is based on the revenue that comes in, because it has to stay contained. So if you notice, it's 22 million in revenue and 22 million in expenditures.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the sewer enterprise fund from the committee? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public regarding the sewer enterprise fund? Seeing none in person, are there any online?
There is no public comment.
All right, at this time, I'd like to welcome Director Pizzullo and the Planning Department. This is group number 1109. And as Director Pizzullo is is getting to the desk here, I do want to recognize that Councilman Chris Paplaskas, although not here in person, is logged on online and attending or watching via Zoom, which we take as good news that he did not decide to try and make it down Niagara Falls. So we'll see you back soon.
I, I'm sorry, 1109.
Okay, this is group number 1109, Department of Planning. I think in the revenue books, it's City Planning Commission. But it's group number 1109. Director, good evening. Thank you for being here this evening, and Director Tassali as well. You're next. Sorry. The director, the only question I have regarding the department would be the comprehensive plan update. I know that's I was just looking at the actuals for this year. It hasn't been touched for fiscal year 23. Is that something that you expect to be expended in the fourth quarter?
No, definitely not. This year, just like last year, I had asked that money get put. I'd asked that money get put into a dedicated account so that we can use that for reimbursements for once we begin with the Commerce Grant. So that would give us the $270,000. But it would need to be in a dedicated account. It's good. The comp plan process is going to take years. So it's not going to get spent this year.
How much money is going in the dedicated account?
The 70,000 from this budget year.
From fiscal year 23.
Yes, that's what I was given last year. That needs to get put along into a dedicated account like 22 was.
How much money is in that current?
140. There's 70 now. There'd be 140. Because these are the resources I need to do this project. So now that we have that money, we can begin.
Is are there any other? Trying to think how to phrase this question. Where is this dedicated account in relation to our budget?
It shouldn't be in the budget. I had requested finance to put this into a dedicated account outside of the budget so that we would have those resources available once we go and hire the consultant and work on this. I'd worked with Mike Igo last year and he did that. So there's 70,000 in a dedicated account, and I would be asking to include the 70 from this current year into that account so that that's the resources I need to work with.
Director, would that be Director Zadelis, would that be a fourth quarter transfer into that dedicated account?
Through the chair, or to answer the question, the recognition of the expense to a dedicated account would be a fourth quarter adjustment, if that's what happened, but I'm gonna have to circle back with how they did it for FY 22. I'm not aware of the transfer.
I'm gonna go budget auditor and then Council Vice President.
I remember some dialogue with reference to that question being made, and I believe that it'd have to be voted on to set up a reserve account specific for that, and that anything that wasn't expended in the budgetary period just flows to the bottom line. Because I remember the dialogue being that we asked if you could put it out to bid and have the payments for each year be subsequent to work being done as a contract was formed. Example, let's say the total project was.
That's not what we're gonna do.
Yeah, just let me finish. That we were asking that if it was a 4-year contract or a 5-year contract at $350,000, the RFP would come in and be approved. And then each year that 70 would be put against the work that was forthcoming. I remember that vividly there because I don't believe, I'd have to look, but I'm pretty confident that any expenditure that's in an operating budget cannot be put into a reserve account. It just flows down to either
Fund balance.
fund balance or, as we call it, the rainy day fund. So I'm unaware of this money being put aside.
So, this process is a long process. If the money disappeared at the end of budget year, well, then we'll never get any traction and do this project. So the money is in a dedicated account now from last year. What I'm saying now is I want to do the same thing with this money so that we can have that, so that we can actually do this project. I don't want to make it more complicated about tying an RFP to certain quarters and how this money's it's going to be, that's
So
way too complicated.
When you refer to last year, are we talking fiscal budget 23, which is ending in June?
22 was last year. We're talking 23 was allocated this year. That 23 money needs to be to put in the same
So
account.
hold on, I want to just we're currently in fiscal budget 23
Yes,
currently. So you're telling me when you refer to last year, July of 22 to June of 23 is what you're referring to?
22's money. 22's money was put into dedicated account share.
In
So on our financial statements, Director Zadella, are you aware of a fund that's set up that has $70,000 in it?
To answer your question, no, but I'm gonna go back and look at it. And the one I'm seeing that as there is a $70,000 expense denoted on the expenditure detail for 2022. So I will go back in the morning to see, was it an actual expense or was it a debit to that account?
Fourth quarter adjustment.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that that's what it was. The issue with doing this process is that I need to have this cash in an account that I can use to actually hire a consultant. The issue had been in the past that if we give you some amount one year, you'll need to get it subsequent years. And that's just not going to work because we're not going to be able to hire somebody and then have the uncertainty of the process muck everything up. That's why it needs to be in an account that we can actually draw upon, hire the consultant and work with it. If it gets lost in this, then we're not going to be able to do the project.
Director, I'm not disagreeing with the fiscal planning and budgeting for what the project has to be done. I just want to make sure the city's representing where the funds are going and we're following the protocol. Usually, as I'll say this again, in the fourth quarter, any extra funds that are in any of the budget are fourth quarter adjustments to tie out the other apartments. And then any overage will either go to the rainy day fund, or if there's a deficit, it's reversed out of the rainy day fund to cover the deficit. I'm not concerned with the fact that I understand when you have a fiscal obligation to put money aside. I just want to make sure the city's representing what's in the budget correctly.
So in terms of the accounting treatment, Mr. Financial Analyst, I will see what they did last year and if it's allowable in, I'm assuming it's some form of reserve account. We'll report back to you before that occurs for at year-end close of FY23, because honestly, it's the first I didn't know we had a reserve.
Thank you, Director.
Council Vice President.
Director Pizzulo, just a quick question. So the mayor allocated well, not allocated, but submitted additional dollars, about $80,000 extra or so. In terms of revenue coming in for 2024, do you expect that to be that high in terms of revenue coming in to the city planning?
Revenues have been high. Yes.
Do you think it'll be any higher than that? Or do you think that's roughly, is that a conservative number? The 150? Because usually in the previous years, we've never seen it, bless you,
It's,
over 100,000.
it's a high number and we've talked about this internally is that it's not historically an average. You know, we've had a lot of large projects that have given that. So 2 years in a row, we're probably in the 150 range for revenues, but historically it's much, much less than that, depending on where the economy goes. So, you know, this could drop in coming years, but it's based on the economy and based on demand for
Alright.
development.
So that's relatively conservative.
This year, I think we'll hit that. Yeah.
You will. Okay, thank you.
What I was just gonna say, so-
Yeah, Councilman Campiana.
Director Pizzulo, is it my understanding that you can't begin the comprehensive plan until there's adequate funds in that account?
We didn't want to begin the process until we had the adequate funds. That's correct.
Director Pizzulo, how much would a comprehensive plan cost in total in your estimation?
Between 250,000.
What about the grant that was received? Is it 125,000?
That's correct.
So if hypothetically there's 140, 125, you have the amount necessary?
That's correct.
And
Yes.
when then will you start?
We should be starting that sometime this summer. Problem is staffing has been a problem. We had, you know, Josh left this year. We have a new staffer taking a long time to, you know, to get people up to speed. Then the new staffer is going on paternity leave. So then, you know, other people are, you know, in and out of the office. We only have so much capacity. This is the same theme 6 years on that I've been talking to this board is that capacity, staffing has been an issue. Doing long-range planning is really a luxury when we have shoestring budget to run this department. You know, we're handling hundreds of millions of dollars of investment and our staffing is not where it needs to be. I've said this consistently year after year after year after year.
Can you get us a number for how much it would cost? Ideally, what would you want? Because I think in my first, in the first budget that I was a part of as a member of the council, or one of the first or second, there was a 0.5 in planning, 0.5 in, I think, buildings, or zoning. What would you want? And I know you've said it before in years past, but if you could have what you wanted, what would it look like?
Well, you know, if we were to say what's realistic this year, one staffer, the associate planner, back in the office. We had that position. It was cut during COVID, but that would be, you know, a reasonable request. I'm not saying we need, you know, to double the department in 1 year, but we're not at the staffing level we need to be. And then this is the same request I've had every year I've been here. We had that 1/2 of 1 year where we got 1/2 of one staffer, and which was nice, but it's not getting us where we need to be.
With the addition of an associate, would you anticipate that any of the revenue line items for the department would go up? Or would it not have any impact?
Well, I don't know if we'd have any impact on revenue from like application fees and things like that. But it certainly frees us up to do more long-range planning, meaning that we could actually maybe go for some grants. Despite having a grant writer, that's not all that helpful, to be completely honest, for a department like ours. We have to write the grant, we have to manage the grant, we have to do the grant reporting, then we have to do the work. So, you know, to go after grants and actually get money, do things, you need people, you need bodies. And we're pretty much locked down doing regulatory work for the ordinance, for the city council, for plan commission, historic district, zoning, development plan review. So we're pretty busy based on, you know, what's coming to us.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I know you are very busy because I attend your planning meetings, but I'm a little curious about what you just stated about the grant writer, because we have an excellent grant writer who brings in millions of dollars to multiple cities. So for all different departments, she writes them for fire, police, the mayor's office, parks and rec, everywhere. So I find it a little bit hard to believe that the grant writer cannot procure any grants for planning without inundating your department. Now, I understand you'll have to manage the grant, or finance has to manage the grant. I don't know exactly how it works, but every other department does it. So I don't know, care to elaborate?
So the types of grants that we would go for, you're basically signing up to be a subcontractor for someone else's project, the city. The city is going to do that work. The grant writer, yes, fine. Find a grant, help us write a grant and submit it. The actual work, the commitment to do a grant, you have to dedicate sometimes 25% of a staffer's time to manage the grant, to work on the grant. That's your in-kind contribution. So there's no free lunch when it comes to any of this kind of grant work. So when I say that the grant writer is not helpful, she doesn't work in our department. She's not managing the project. She's not doing the reporting. She's not going and doing all the financials. None of that happens through the grant writer. So when I say that if we want to engage in more activity with grants, you need capacity. You need more capacity in the department. And the department is really locked down doing regulatory actions nonstop.
Okay, but that would be every other department too. So every department's in the same position, state of Rhode Island's in the same position, all their departments, the grant writers get the grants. They don't necessarily manage projects for departments. So if she secured funding, sometimes there's administrative dollars in there too. You could contract out perhaps to do some of the work that takes away from your department. I just find that the last few cycles we've done this, I don't want to be insulting, but it comes across as a lot of excuses as to why the comprehensive plan get done, why we can't do this, why we can't do that. Eventually, like, we have to do something. So, I mean, if she can get you money, I think that, have you tried yet? Or you're just telling us it's not possible?
What I'm talking about is capacity. Okay, to go for a grant, you have to dedicate a certain amount of staff time to work on that grant. That is your in-kind contribution. There isn't, like I say, there aren't free lunch grants. Now, for construction projects, I'm with you. That's money. The things that planning goes for, long-range planning, these are not the kind of grants where someone gives you a bunch of money and that's it, and they walk away. That is not how any of this stuff works. Hazard mitigation plan, small grant, took 2 years and a lot of work on staff's time to get that project through the pipeline. And that was a small grant. So you can't misrepresent how much capacity you're going to put forward if those people don't exist in your department, who you cannot dedicate 25% of their staff time to do whatever project that you're going for. So that's what I'm saying about grants in general, is that if we want to go down this road, we need capacity to do them.
And I want to tell you that I completely understand what you're saying, because oftentimes you over-explain to me what you're saying in general. And I understand that there is no free lunch when it comes to grants in any department, in any city, or in the state. But I would like to see you try and then say, we literally can't do it. Like, what is everyone doing that they have no capacity to do grants? You have interns, correct? Who help, they're here. I see them present all the time. You have a hardworking department. I believe you have flex hours. You have some flexibility within your department that you can't come back here year after year and say, can't do the comprehensive plan. Can't get grants because it's not a free lunch. No one else gets to say that, is what I'm saying. So at some point, you have to be held accountable to doing this work, because a lot of the work of the city is affected by not having a current comprehensive plan. Every time I come to a planning meeting, there's attorneys sitting on either side referencing whether we should be listening to this comprehensive plan that may or may not be approved by the state. And we're wasting a lot of money, and you're wasting a lot of time there, I think. Could spend that time maybe administering the grants. I don't know. So that's all I'm saying, that we can't just always be an excuse. Other departments get the grants. Go for a grant. That's it. Thank you.
Budget auditor.
Director, if I'm correct, you said you have $125,000 grant pending.
That's correct.
So in the mayor's submitted budget, there's 70,000 appropriated. So if the council saw it available to supply you with another $50,000 in the proposed budget, that would give you a total of $250,000 in your budget for fiscal 2024. If that was in the budget, 125 allocated in the budget and 125 in the grant, am I understanding you'd be able to start the comprehensive plan in the next budgetary period?
We're not asking for any additional funding for the comprehensive plan at this point.
That's not the question I asked.
No,
The question is very simply this: if the money was available and you had $125,000 in the current budget that's submitted with additional allocations, and you have your grant of 125, would you be able to start the comprehensive plan in the next budgetary period?
You're saying after July? Yes, but we're not asking for any additional funding. But with your scenario, we weren't, that's not needed.
That's not what the question was. The question just was if the funding was available, you could start the comprehensive plan in the next budget.
Under that scenario, sure, but that's not the scenario that we have right now. So not quite sure why we would need to do that. Because with the 70 was already allocated in the current year. We already had the 70 from the year before. That's all we need at this point. So we're not asking for any additional funding. We just need to have that dedicated so that I can have that as the contribution once we start working with the Commerce Grant.
Director, the reason I'm asking the question, I believe that the 70,000 from the previous year is not available. I believe the 70,000 in the budget will be available. I'm just asking the question, if you had a full 250,000 in the next budgetary period ending fiscal June 30th, 24, would you be able to start the comprehensive plan July 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to repeat yourself, David. So you're saying that the $70,000 that's currently in the current fiscal year that we're in is clearly in this budget that we're living and breathing today. You're asking that in addition to that, because the others, there's no funding for FY24. FY23 was already long gone. We didn't vote on that. We didn't put that in, at least I don't remember putting that in an allocated account unless the director is going to look at it to make sure where it is. But you're saying, assuming we have the 70 right now before the end of the fiscal year, where are you getting the other dollar amount from?
Just if there was additional funding. What I'm trying to clarify is what had started in the previous budget. We had the dialogue that the $70,000 was going to be put aside. We had discussion at the end of the year when we had the budget hearings and it came up, could we allocate the money and put it towards a contract so we could get it started? And it was said that anything that was left over at the end of the budgetary period just flows to the bottom line. I hope that that is incorrect, but I do not believe that. So with that being said, I just wanted to make sure that if the funding was available of 250,000 based on his estimate in any budgetary period, that the comprehensive plan could begin. Whether it be a portion of this year with additional allocations before the year end, which will be June 30th, or allocations in the current budgets that's submitted by the mayor, that adjustments are made so he can obtain the funding that he needs to start the plan.
Thank you. But, and then I have another follow-up on that. So if we have the $70,000 now and it happens to, because I think the conversation director last year was that you didn't want to go for bid or because the full dollar amount wasn't there. So to go for bid on just $70,000 plus whatever you had in the grant wasn't sufficient to start it. But so just backtrack. Is this project for the comprehensive plan to the auditor? We have the $70,000 now, and if we were to say allocate, if the director said it was about $240,000 or so, and we subtract the 70,000, brings up to $170,000. If we were to allocate that 170 and change or so, and we use APRA funds, I'm just curious. For a comprehensive plan because we didn't do it during.
I would
COVID.
have to look, but it would be for the betterment of the city. So it'd be reclassification. So it might be a little bit of a stretch, but we would need to look at that. The discussion that came out was simple. We're running a budget and we have to allocate money accordingly. The comprehensive plan director would take how long to complete?
That's my next question. Thank you, auditor. On the timeline.
Probably upwards of 3+ years to do that.
So in essence, when you, and again, this was the discussion we had, when you put something out to bid and it's a 3-year project, it's based on paying the person that's contracted on percentage of completion. So once there's a bid in-house, if you know it's over 3 years,
But you break it
then you
down.
can break that off in your budget 3 years. You just have to make sure it's established. What I'm trying to work with is to say that if he had a contract in 22 and we knew it was $250,000, it was 20% completed, that means they would have needed about $60,000 for payment. Another aspect would be in the budget would be another payment, and he would have access to the grant money along with it to move it along. So if you were to put it in a budget, you're going to put it in a total budget, but you're not going to expend all that over 1 year. So if we had a line on him currently in his budget of $250,000 and had a contract, we'd only expend X in the budgetary period and some of it would move over into the current period.
There's a lot of ifs and a lot of variables in there, right? But right now we're talking about, we only have the $70,000 at least for the time being for this current fiscal year that we're in. So if we did not have that 70,000 from the previous fiscal year, how do we move forward to allocate the current $70,000 in this year's budget that's towards that? Because if there is an allocated account, A, can we check it? And B, I think that would be by a vote. Wouldn't it be on our end?
If you don't have an RFP in-house for that specific line item prior to the end of the year, it's my belief that it's just going to be reallocated as fourth quarter adjustment unless Director Zadelis finds out that there is an account that's housing this money.
And if there isn't, are we able to do such thing to allocate an account to place these $70,000 into?
Typically, we're speaking about a special revenue fund, and I can speak to the laws in Massachusetts. It would have to be voted by this body if we were in Massachusetts. I'm not familiar with the laws down here. So on the particular question that Auditor DeMayo asked, it's part of me thinks that they did do that, because what I'm seeing, if we just look at the 22 expense report, they expended 70 grand out of the comprehensive plan update. So I don't know. And that's something that I'm one, and I'm not gonna shoot, where I shoot for the hip, based on what I've observed on something, this is one I really would like to.
And I'll say it again, if that's the case and that was able to be accomplished, then that means that the director currently will have,
One.
well, he'll have $265,000 along with this 70.
The 70 to 70 and
And-
then 125 would be sufficient funds to meet an obligation, which the director said is in the $250,000 range.
Correct, but in normal practice in fourth quarter, any expense category that has not been depleted, they debit the account and take the money and apply it to another department to
Yes.
balance the budget in
Yes.
those departments. So even though it says that, we just have to get a clarification if a reserve fund was set up, which I hope it was. This is one of the areas I hope I'm wrong. But if not, then we've got to establish how we're going to get it funded so we can get the plan done.
Thank you.
That's correct. We're saying the same thing. Yeah.
So can I, through the chair, can I, request that this item be added as a follow-up under council communication for, when's the next finance committee meeting? Or council communicate it till May? Well, if that's the case, can we get a follow-up under council communication then, or should we just too earlier the better, the sooner the better?
Yes, can we, Rose, can we please place this on the next finance committee meeting? Regularly
Regular
scheduled
finance,
finance committee meeting.
what would be the actual topic that you want update?
Comprehensive
Proper-
plan, account update, I guess, just to follow up on that. And then my last question is, Director, I think you had said that if you had those funds, you can start July to do the RFP and everything else. And this sounds like deja vu all over again from last time, but do you have the enough staff to actually move forward to do this? And my second question is, did you ask the mayor to add that additional dollar amount into this upcoming fiscal budget?
Okay, first question, do we have then enough people to do the comprehensive plan? We'll do it. We'll do it. It's not, it's gonna be all hands on deck, but that's gonna be the process. Have we asked to put this into a dedicated account or a special revenue? I haven't, but that's exactly what we need to do. I thought we were gonna do the same thing we had done last year, but that's, we'll figure that out.
All right, I'm so sorry. So we have not asked, I think I misunderstood you, or you probably misunderstood me. We have the $70,000, we haven't asked for it to be submitted into any account yet. Is that what you're saying?
That's what we've been talking about tonight. So, yes, we need to put that in with the same account as last year's 70, so that we have that to draw down.
But for FY '24, when you were sitting down with the mayor or the
I
director,
didn't sit down with the finance department.
okay.
I submitted a budget, but this is the first we're talking about it.
Okay, did you submit it at all with like an additional $70,000 or any dollar
No,
amount for
no,
the
No,
comprehensive
not
plan?
for 24. No. Last year's application, last year's 70 and 22 70. That's it. That's all we needed. Now we have the funds. It needs to stay in a dedicated account so that we can draw on it for the life of this enterprise.
Okay, which is the reason why you did not request it for FY '24, because you're
Exactly,
saying in
exactly.
2022, you're assuming that $70,000 was allocated into a special account. And then in addition to that account,
I-
we would have the current 70,000 now
I-
in this fiscal year,
I
the 140.
assumed we would do the same thing last year, and maybe I assumed incorrectly for this year.
Okay.
So we're gonna figure that out.
All right, all right. So I guess we can elaborate a little bit more on that at the council meeting. Thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Director Sidelis, this might be a Director Moretti question because I know you are new to this position, but does any other department get to carry over their funds year to year for projects and special accounts? Is the auditor perhaps aware of this practice?
There's one other account, it's the libraries. They fall under maintenance of effort. So at the end of the year, if you look at their budget, they'll fund all their accounts to what their budgetary period is. And they have a reserve. And I think they quoted in their meeting that their reserve is $210,000.
But is that because they have a board of trustees and are a totally different kind of quasi-city department?
I actually believe, and I'm not 110% sure, but it's either a state law or it's a law that the libraries are treated like the schools, and whatever's in their budget is considered maintenance of effort, and we can't take anything. We have to maintain the same level of funding.
But that would be different from any other department within the city, other than departments that by state law, we have to provide maintenance of effort. No other department says, hey, I want to do a project, give me some money, I'm going to put it in an account, stack it year over year, and then do it eventually. No one says that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Council President.
Thank you. Director Pizzulo, while I understand your staffing is not where you want it to be, it seems like it's everyone. I can't stress it enough. Everybody on here. We can't believe we're at this point. Again, it feels like Groundhog's Day. It's the same explanation. No effort has been done. And it is very true, what Councilwoman Renzulli has said. For years, I've been to planning commission meetings. For years, I've observed what happens with council and matters where there's amendments, whether it's regular constituents or developers, there's great dissatisfaction, and it's costing us money development wise because we are not where we need to be with that plan. I just can't believe we're having the same conversation. You have to make do with what you have. The money is there. It has to get done.
Are there any other members of the Councilwoman Jermaine?
I just don't know what to say. Of my first budget, and I was here listening to Dr. Pizzulo, and I was really sympathetic about the situation, and we are now 4 years, almost 4 years later. We are in the same, it's like we're not moving at all. So my question, how can it be possible we're not moving at all? What's going on? What's going on? It's
So, Councilwoman, the council allocated the final chunk of money last budget cycle. Okay. In that time, it's been extremely busy in my office, and you can attest to all of the agendas that we have, all the things that you see. That is first and foremost has to get done. Cannot avoid it. Deadlines nonstop deadlines. Staffing, we lost one of our staffers this year. Okay. Rehiring people, retraining people, very time consuming. We have the funds now. My plan is to get this started. We have the RFP written. We're ready to get this out to the world. Try to get some bids on this comprehensive plan and start it. But we just need to have this money in place so that we can do it. It was only within this calendar year that I've gotten this funding. 4 years ago, there was no resources allocated. 3 years ago, no resources allocated. It was only 2 years ago that we've actually put the resources in to start funding this project. Now that we have everything in place, it's going to move forward. The issue is, you see what we have to do month in and month out. You see what we do with this committee, with the plan commission, with the zoning board, all the things that have to get done on deadline, nonstop grind. We all have to deal with that. But you have to understand, we're shoestring. We can only really focus on regulatory matters. And when we start talking about anything about ordinances or long range, we always hit a wall because we can't get any traction because these things take months and years to work through. So we do the best we can with what we have, which is a small staff. There's only 3 planners in the office and 1 admin. It's a small office for the second largest city. So we have every intention to start this year. I just need to have this money in an account that we can draw on and work with this. But that's the reason.
I understand, Director. I really understand. As I mentioned, but I think at the same time, the comprehensive plan is a priority. It is a priority. And not having it done put more pressure on your work because you have to work harder than smarter because you do not have the comprehensive plan. Because I think we should, I think the administration as well, but I think dealing with daily activities is one thing, but having this as a priority is another thing. And the same problem staffing, and now we lose 1 staff. So we are end up in the same place again. So we did, 2 years ago, we did have Mr. Josh something, right? And
That was Josh, right?
yeah. So now you end up losing 1 staff. And I understand now we are training, that's not the same thing. So I think, honestly, I think the comprehensive plan just, I don't know if it's part of you or part of the administration, but for me, it looks like it wasn't a priority. It's not the priority. That's what I think. So you said the money, like for 24, I see you did not allocate any money. So you are sure that with the $70,000 plus the grant you have, this is this is the exact amount of money you need to complete this project without any doubt?
We'll get it done with the resources that have been allocated previously. Yes. I'm not asking for any additional funding.
So what do you need now? So if you cannot start right now, what do you need now?
Councilwoman, we will get this started this year.
What do you need?
What we need is we need more staffers. And I've been
So
saying this.
do you need more money for staffer because you do not have
There's
so much-
staffers, of course. Of course, we need more staffers in the office.
and no money
Okay.
for staffer because I don't see any money.
I requested it. It did not make it into the mayor's budget.
Did you request for a full-time staff?
Yes, I did.
In the budget?
Yes, it did not make it into the mayor's budget.
Okay, so I think I asked you this question 2 years ago. So bear with me, I'm trying to understand the process here. When the mayor has the budget and does the budget goes to planning to approve something like that again? Or it's not you or something I don't, do you part of?
Are you talking about the capital budget
Capital,
or
yeah.
my department budget?
This is the capital, okay, so that has to be to the capital budget, right? Okay, so I misspoke. But did you really fight for that part? Because it's been a while, because I think we need, when something is a priority for us, we gotta keep fighting for it. Make it clear, we need that. Did you do that? Because we starve. We really starve.
Every year that I come to this meeting, I say the same thing, that we do not have a fully staffed planning department every single year.
Do you sit down with the administration? Do you go, because we are asking, did you go to the administration and say, hey, we need to start this. This is why we need to do this. This is cannot wait. Do you do that?
The administration knows what our funding requests are. And the council knows what my funding requests are. It's just a matter of, it doesn't make it as a priority. And that happens every single year.
Thank you.
When, Director, you said earlier that the RFP is written. When will that go out?
I'd like to get it done this month.
Can it go out?
If we had,
tomorrow?
if we had a breath, if we had a breath in our department, yes, it'd be going out.
And I'm not trying to minimize anything. How long would it take to actually then send that out into the universe?
I couldn't give you a definitive date. It would have to go through BOCAP. It has to go through the BOCAP board.
Director Moretti, how long would it take to just put out the RFP?
If the specs have been developed, then it would be advertised. Bids received typically about 2 or 3 weeks. So within a month, you could have bids back to BOCAP. But what does take some time would be the actual specifications of the bid itself.
But if it's written, the specifications are done in terms of posting the actual RFP.
And then, yeah, so you'd advertise it for, say, 2 or 3 weeks, allow the responses. Say it could take low side a month and a half, say
I
month and
just
a half.
mean advertise. I don't mean to cut you off. I just mean just to put out the RFP to get the bids. I don't mean the whole bid
Oh.
process, the procurement, just I mean
Very,
just
very, a day or two.
so I'm gonna in addition to the request from Councilwoman Vargas on the comprehensive plan account, if at the next full city council meeting, if we could have under communications status of the comprehensive plan RFP. And I think that by the end of the month, I think it's fair that we should all expect that RFP to go out. Are there any other members of the committee that have any questions? Council President Moreno.
I just think for perspective, it's important that, everything we've said today about the delay and how disconcerting it is. I have it right here, February 25 of 2020. I attended a plan commission meeting as just a resident. And your department had, quote, "When will we update the comprehensive plan?" 2020, community engagement. 2021, develop initial drafts, review drafts at public meetings, solicit comments from statewide planning. 2022, develop final draft, city council adoption. 2023, formal review by statewide planning and other state agencies. And 2023-24, plan finalization. I get COVID happened. It happened to all of us. But guess what? When you get a flat tire on your car, you put a spare one on and you keep it going. We are now 3 years in. This has to happen.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. Director, in line item 52712, flood plain management. Would you please explain a little bit for me that line item? And I see there's no money allocated from 2020 until next. Not at all, so just a little, I'm learning here.
A number of years, we had been actively engaged with FEMA for the floodplain buyouts for different areas of repetitive severe flood hazard. And that project pretty much came to an end with FEMA. It's moving into a different phase with NRCS, which is 100% funded through the federal government. They have hundreds of properties that are targeted for removal, voluntary buyout and removal. This project is also managed by a third-party community in the state. So, you know, this was kind of a holdover from my predecessor with the FEMA grants where they were 25% match. You know, we spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands on this. And once NRCS had kind of started to firm up their funding and their planning and the organization for that, you know, it wasn't quite the deal that FEMA used to be. So NRCS is going to be working on this project probably for the next 10 or 20 years, probably.
Okay, how does that project works? Because I remember last year we had severe rain and there was a flood around Reservoir, the whole block Reservoir Ave. I had a lot of residents that sent me pictures and everything was really flooded. So when something happened like this, where the residents goes, because I did not know where really to go if we have something that really manage that will support the resident that lost everything in the basement when their house flooded that way. So how does
Yeah,
that work?
That's not what this this line item would have been for. The types of things we're talking about would be floodplain mitigation. Most of that is itemized in the hazard mitigation plan, the update that we're going to be considering just next week. In there's a number of engineering solutions to mitigate the effects of severe storm events. And actually Public Works does quite a few projects that make the impacts of flooding less, you know, whether it's storm drains or green infrastructure or things like that. So these are the things that, again, they don't come out of planning's budget. We have done quite a bit of planning for floodplain and severe storm events. And again, that's the hazard mitigation plan. So that's before you next week.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions for the committee, are there any members of the public that wish to speak on Department of Planning 1109? No one? No one?
Press the, that button, sorry, pressing the other stuff. Hello, my name is Stephen Frias. I'm at 107 Garden Hills Drive. I wasn't planning on speaking on this topic today about the comprehensive plan in the planning department. I was here on the capital budget, but I've heard a lot of your conversation and I want to try to be of assistance as you navigate this issue. Unfortunately, I did not look at how the comprehensive plan was funded in our budgets from 2008, 9, and 10, but usually what I understand how the city works is that when you make a contractual obligation, it's funded through the budget. Okay, you don't have to pre-fund a contractual obligation. Once the city enters into a contractual obligation, it's a legal obligation, period. Okay. Second, the sense of urgency. House Bill 6085, which was co-sponsored and is part of the speaker's package, would render any comprehensive plan that has not been approved in the last 12 years null and void for purposes of prohibiting a project from occurring. Okay, which because our RFP our comprehensive plan was approved in August of 2012 by the state and then subsequently by the city council. Our comprehensive plan would become invalid for purposes of prohibiting a project from occurring. Now, I wrote a letter to the speaker and it's on the website saying this bill sucks. Okay. And saying that you should give more time for cities and towns to get into compliance. So I suggested until, 2025. But my point in bringing this up, and I don't think it's going to end up happening, is that we have to have a sense of urgency about this. And I very much appreciate and want to commend all of you who've expressed that sense of urgency of getting this done. In regards to getting this done, if you have a lack of staff, then you just have to have a consultant. You have to put more work on the consultant. That's kind of how life works. I work in organizations and businesses. Some is done in-house, some is done by the contractor. You go to war with the army you have, not with the army you wish you had, you know, those kinds of things. So you work with what you got. So if we need to have more work done by the consultant because we don't have the in-house staff, or the in-house staff is doing too many of these projects that are coming before us, and that's what happens. And I doubt that anybody on this council is going to say, no, we don't want to get this done. So I think you have sent a clear message. I hope you direct a way of dealing with this in some ways, as you already done it, is the commission, the City Planning Commission, which I'm a member of. You know, you indicating to us that you want to get this done, you want the RFP out by the fiscal year, and you want to get this done as soon as possible. Pass resolutions, do what you got. I've been bringing this up internally periodically. There are 2 reasons I'm on that commission right now that I agreed to do this thing. And one of them was to get this comprehensive plan done in a timely manner and to be done in a correct way. So I could go on, but just keep doing what you're doing and keep the feet to the fire here. And we'll get there. And you ever got questions for me? I'm fine to answer questions too. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public present to speak on the planning department? Seeing none, are there any members of the public online?
I see no public comment.
All right, at this time, we will move on to the capital projects. Strictly the capital projects. Director Moretti.
In deference to Director Tasalia, would it be possible to take it a bit out of order, though it just dawned on me, he may be saying for the capital projects too.
Let's do we're gonna go to Parks and Rec next.
Keep it pressed in.
Good evening, council members. Where's Alba?
Just as a friendly reminder to everyone, this is a budget hearing. So it's got to stick to the budget. Any members of the committee or council have any questions regarding the Department of Parks and Recreation, group number 1400? Council President Marino.
Good evening, Director DeSaglia. I just had a question with respect to the landscaping services for Parks and Rec. How much of that is done in-house? How much of that is contracted out?
This year, we've done very little with the tree and shrub. Last year on, when the budget happened last year, we were told to try to do as much stuff as we could in-house. We did the best that we could. We're not landscapers, but we did get the job done. May not have been as quick. A lot of the cleaning was also delayed, but we're getting around to stuff now. So basically, I've tried to preserve that somewhat because it was, mandated to me to do more on that, type of work.
Is there a specific expenditure item for utilizing contracted, landscapers in your, and maybe it's for Director Zadelis, I don't know, in your department? of
Yeah, I
Parks
mean,
and Rec?
there was, the company that it's contracted is Perfect Touch. We haven't used them. I believe we might have given them some work last week or even this week. They might have gone up and done a few jobs. I haven't received that yet.
I'm sorry, I may not have been clear, and that's on me and my question. The line item expenditure of maintenance of trees and shrubs, does that combine both doing it in-house and utilizing
No,
contracts? or
I only
just
use that for
contractors?
contractor, yeah.
Got it,
yeah.
okay, yep, that's what I wanted to know, okay.
It's not like a snow plow thing where, you contract people in and we also work on the same job.
That's all I have for now, thank you.
Budget auditor?
Just, it came up in the buildings and maintenance, so Parks and Rec doesn't maintain any of the buildings that are at the fields. You clean, I know you clean them, but just that question had come up, just to
It
clarify.
did earlier,
that.
yes. As far as maintaining, there's a lot of stuff we do without even calling, but when it gets to certain things, building maintenance does come to replace toilets, the plumbing, the electricity, roofs on buildings. What have we done recently? Just locks, they may put the locks in or it's stuff to that effect. Anything at Pastori, like the heaters or the roofing, they're there quite often to help with my facility there also.
That was just to
As well as
clarify
the
that
stadium.
those expenses fall in the building maintenance and not on the Parks and Rec.
Correct.
Thank you, Director.
No, Mr. DeMail, they would fall under me if I'm fixing those buildings sometimes, I believe. Yeah. Well, like I'm getting, with plumbing materials, if we're using their plumbers, I may be buying those materials.
So the reason I'll refer it to something, the football field at Cranston West.
Correct.
The press box.
Correct.
Anytime there was issues when I was working there, building maintenance came out. Now, I know you guys would be there and do some things,
Right.
but typically that was under their
Under them,
purview and
yeah.
their
And
expense.
again, maybe I misinterpreted. Yeah, they do take care of some of their stuff, but there are things that we also.
But usually not the
Correct.
structure stuff.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question with respect to the salary and the overtime. The salary proposed budget is down by, I think, about maybe 20,000 or so. But the overtime is you're seeking to increase it by $60,000 and the differential by another $7,000. In terms of your staffing, I'm just looking kind of for an explanation as to that. If you had another staffer, would then the overtime be less?
We had a retiree this year. As far as the overtime, it is just only used when it's mandated and contractual. I never give overtime out for guys to stay extra or come in at a specific time. It's all contractual.
That's for like sports activities,
Correct.
the
And I
facilities
mean,
being used in
and
the
what a lot
evening.
of people don't understand, it's every activity, some of even the youth sports, CLCF lacrosse, CLCF soccer, CLCF football. We're there accommodating them, fields, bathrooms, set up, break down. So that's where that comes in.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilwoman Renzulli, and then Council Vice President.
Thank you. Director Chesalia, I'm looking under 55000, community programs and events. And I see zeros there. Looks like there's mostly zeros there other than $72 in 2021. So is it to my understanding, because I recently went to a really nice community event put on by Parks and
I
Rec, are
can
you
explain
getting
that.
sponsors for these events?
Exactly. We get my administrative assistant, most of it all herself. We'll go out and and get assistance from various companies as you were listed in the program. It's the pickleball, the daily pickleball we do there. We take receipts from that, and make deposits, and that's how we do the Halloween party, the Christmas event, and the Easter event.
That's really, it was really well attended and everyone had great things to
Mhm.
say. So I want to say thank you
You're welcome.
for finding a way to continue to do those programs. You know, you're doing more with less there, so I can commend you on that. I have questions about overtime too, because I, as you know, am a coach, so I see people there working at fields later. Has it ever been thought to have different shifts so that we don't have so much overtime? Just wondering if we know that most sporting events happen after hours, and if that was someone's actual shift. And I don't know how this gets accomplished. It's kind of just an idea I'm putting out there. If people are working, Wednesday through Sunday instead of Monday through Friday, then all the weekend is not overtime. There's built-in overtime into this system based on the hours that people automatically work. That's one thing. Number two, I know this is in contracts already, but when we have to go and get contracts again, the lighting, for someone to have to be paid 4 hours to come turn on lights at Cranston West, when I know that there's software that you could do it from your phone at your house, kind of irks me, because I'm not trying to take money out of anybody's pocket. They're not really doing very much. And if I understand correctly, you get paid for 4 hours worth of overtime to turn on lights. Is that true or false?
It's not so much just turning lights on. They'll go there, service the bathrooms, make sure they're stocked, set up. They will clean the bathrooms, they clean the field, they'll clean the stands, even if there's only a few people. Open up and close up. I don't know if I'm in a position to make that decision.
Okay, and I don't mean to demean anything extra that anyone is doing. I just know that, perhaps if bathrooms are cleaned before and then they're cleaned the next morning, then and lights are turned on by a button, then and I know someone's from the union is going to call me about this, and I don't really care, because I really care about everyone who's working, and I care about the kids, and I care about the budget. So I'm just asking the question, and I'm gonna ask it every year until we figure out how to make this work. I just see it as I'm there at the field. There's not, the bathrooms will be no more clean, if they do it at night or they do it the next morning when they're there on the clock for regular hours. It's just an observation. And I hope that I'm not coming across wrong. I'm saying that if
I mean,
we can
your
save
point- your
money that
point-
way, you can put it somewhere else.
Your points are well engaged, but it may be something for a different discussion. And that's maybe the best I can say right now.
Okay, because as this overtime continues to go up, I don't want anyone to take money from you anywhere else in order to fund that. And I just feel like, Parks and Rec is supposed to be for the kids in the community. And I hope that we can continue with the great work that you've been doing. Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Evening. Just a quick question. I'm happy to see that the playground camp sign up has started. So thank you for that. A lot of families, I've been letting families know, and they're very excited about that. Is that the same price as last year? Or did we go?
I don't believe they went up. I can check in the office. It was never discussed.
same
I would
price.
think it's the same.
Okay. And then the question that I have is on the revenue side. Do you anticipate the revenue going as submitted by the mayor? I think last year we had it for 225, and this year, for the next 2024 FY is 375.
Yeah, I mean.
And I know, just because the actuals, I'm sorry, just the actuals right now, I don't think we're at 225. We haven't even met 225.
No, we still have a pretty big season coming up, April.
With
Baseball, soccer still rents all year round, right through the winter. They'll play all year round. So April, May and June, and that will include the summer camp also.
Okay.
Which I try to get numbers today, but it's still too early to see how many are registered. I would expect more than last year for the summer camp.
I don't, only reason why I'm asking is,
And we expect about 130, maybe 140,000. We're speaking about it today in the office in regards to the income for summer camp this year.
okay, so you're definitely anticipating an increase in revenue
Absolutely.
out of all of
Yep.
that.
And there are people still renting, calling today, and most of those baseballs will be playing. So we, try to get that ahead of time.
What do we charge for baseball fields? Does it depend what field it is?
Depends what field it is, depends whether it's a game or it's a practice, and it depends. Sometimes if it's a tournament, you may get a little bit of a,
But the fees have not gone up from last year.
they have not.
They're still the same.
Was
Okay.
discussed, but we chose not to do so.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Well,
Budget over.
Last year, if you recall, initially the fees were not in the budget initially for the camp because we were coming out of COVID. And we made an adjustment and we actually exceeded what was in the budget from last year. So it was a timing issue last year. When the budget was submitted by the administration, there was no revenues for summer camps. And then when we had the hearing, they had just decided that they were going to have summer camps because of the change of the environment.
All right, are there any other questions from the committee regarding the Parks and Rec Department budget? Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. Good evening, Director. So I have a question regarding, as you know, I know there is only one pool in Cranston. It's the Budland Pool. But I see pool preventive maintenance, preventing maintenance. So I like the word. There is zero. Pool supply, there is zero for, I understand for this year, right? Zero for this year, but it's zero for 24 as well. So.
I'm sorry.
Mhm. So my question is, so we understand the pool has been closed since 2019, right? And even though it's not operational, so there is nothing that you should do in terms of even to prevent like mosquitoes, those kind of things to
We-
invade, the water that's sitting in there, because from what I believe, there should be water in the pool to keep it, right? Is not an expense to keep
We have
this
been
water?
there and I took care of the mosquitoes this spring. I did it at least 2 or 3 times myself. A couple of people on my staff did it 2 or 3 times. We went down to URI on the advice of former Director Bernardo. He gave me the heads up that we were early, one of the first cities to go there and get free product from the down in South County. It was a beautiful place down there, and they know everything about mosquitoes, and so we did do that, and we do pump it occasionally to keep that water as low as we can. Doesn't always work.
Okay, so I'm happy you're here. I have a question regarding the pool, as preventing maintenance. I'm not really familiar, but you are dealing with pool. The liner that is inside the pool, okay? Is that crack?
It's not crack, but there is leakage. And that's how the water is getting up and through. I don't know the exact ins and outs. I talked to the gentleman that put the liner in, and he just gave me the report he gave, it was not good. I mean, he'd be more than willing to explain to you what's going on there to the best of his knowledge. But I mean, we're looking at something that was decided from myself when I saw the pool and in talking to the mayor and administration. This was a redo. This was an obsolete pool. And we were going to try to do something to make it better for the city of Cranston.
Director, and for everyone, again, this is a budget hearing. We're here to discuss the budget. Respectfully, we have spent hours and hours discussing Budlong Pool, and I've got a hunch that we're going to continue spending hours and hours discussing Budlong Pool. This is not the forum for that this
I
evening.
understand that, but the question led me in that direction.
Oh, no,
Okay.
I don't disagree with you, Director. So I just want to be clear that this is a budget hearing. We're not getting into the ins and outs of the function of the pool itself this evening.
So my next question is, you don't need any surprise for 24. So I don't see any money allocated to pool surprise. So for year 24, so you don't need any surprise for the pool. Like item 55005.
No, we're in the process. Yeah, it'll be
Surprise.
after July. You
Mhm.
know, there's no plans right yet.
For next year, no?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
There any other questions? Director, the one question I have, and to the credit, you know, to the mayor's, to the mayor and to yourself. You know, we're gonna get the splash pad done over by the Bain track. I believe is that supposed to be open this summer?
Yeah, we're well ahead. I mean, they poured it. I gave the gentleman today the color of the pad, you know, the cement, stained cement. A few other incidentals to work out, fencing and or security, what type, and you know, we'll be sitting down in the next few weeks to do that.
The reason I ask is just where, you know, looking at the budget, whether it's salary schedule for, you know, having some sort of attendee there or just for general,
Right.
whatever, you know, supplies for cleanliness, maintenance, whatever it might be. Is that built into the?
I think we did add a little in the part-time summer help, I believe, or the playground attendance. I think we went up on that to accommodate for at least a person or two or three to share that spot of maintaining that water park. The supplies and the cleaning products shouldn't be that much that we can't just take over from the stadium or from Pastory.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding group 1400? Are there any members of the public regarding group 1400? The proposal for the Budlong Pool from a financial standpoint is in the capital budget, which is what we're getting to right after this. Yes. Well, sir, you will absolutely have you will certainly have your opportunity to speak. Seeing no members of the public here to speak on 1400 Department of Public Parks and Recreation in person, are there any members of the public online?
There is no public comment.
All right, at this time, we are going to just take the capital budget. If it is okay with the committee, because we have had two individuals here, I know that the agenda does state that public hearing will take place at the end of the department hearing, and I certainly will open it back up after that, should anyone appear. If it's okay with the body, I'd like to allow the two or three individuals to have their time now. Okay. At this time, we'll entertain public comment. And just, if we could, 4 minutes for public comment.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Susan Blake. I live at 173 Grand Avenue in Cranston. I'd like to thank you all for your time tonight and for allowing me to speak. I'm here on behalf of many Cranston residents who feel very strongly that the current size and depths of Budlong Pool should be maintained. Anything less is akin to cutting down a stand of old growth trees to replace it with a playground. We are extremely frustrated with the way the reopening of the pool has been ping-ponged around back and forth, wasting valuable time and resources. When will the residents of the whole city be given the opportunity to have their say about their pool? Why must the current site of the pool be redesigned and reassigned for multiple uses? It's a pool, a very, very busy pool. It holds 300 people at one time. And if the proposed design is only to hold 100, where are the rest of us supposed to go to swim? And specifically, I mean, where in Cranston at a facility that doesn't require a membership or paid parking are we supposed to swim? What is the reasoning for selecting a more expensive design instead of keeping with the current layout and use? Option number one from the Federal Hill Group was to repair the current pool and the bathhouse, bring it up to code, ADA compliance. And that for that, we were given a proposal cost estimate of $2.8 million. But the current plan proposed is significantly higher. Cranston has already received a $750,000 congressional grant specifically for Bud Long Pool. Will we still be able to use that for the currently proposed plan, or will we lose it because the grant wasn't awarded for that plan? And where is the remainder of the money coming from? ARPA funds or bond referendum? And lastly, Cranston has already installed or is in the process of installing a splash pad at Bain Middle School. So why do we need one at Bud Long Pool that's within 2 miles? Why can't a second splash pad be located at one of the 33 citywide tot parks, many of which are located on school properties with water access? You can't learn to swim on a splash pad, so why fill in a pool to put in a splash pad? And this summer, where in the city are residents supposed to be able to go to swim? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak from the public? Name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Dan Wright. I live now in Auburn, but I lived right across from the pool for most of my life. I've swum in the pool since I was 10. Every single year that it was open. A couple of years it wasn't open. There's nothing about the, if it were 3 years ago, would the pool have opened if we didn't have COVID? Yes. Nobody was going to do anything with the pool. The water that's in there, the brown water, I don't know what people are saying. There's always brown water in there every single year. I check out the pool all the time. There's nothing about it structurally. It's built of stone. It was given to the children of this area by the WPA, who opened up this whole area so we all could live here. They built all the aqueducts you were talking about. If you looked at historically at this city, none of us would even be living here. That's why we all have walls in front of our house in Auburn. So they could open it up because of this, there was a huge floodplain. There's absolutely no reason. All they've ever done is sealed it and painted it every single year in my whole life since I was 10. I can see no reason why they can't do that again. It does not cost a lot of money. I don't know what people think is structurally wrong. It's built of stone. Some groundwater can get through. I don't know. They seal it from the inside. That's what stops the groundwater from coming in. And then they paint it with a very thick paint. And by the end of the year, the paint's chipping off and we all have a great year. This is Mayor Mancini had a new plan. Mayor Fung had a new plan. I went to those meetings also. They were just like this. I don't know how you guys do this job. God. And I'm a school psychologist. I had to sit in meetings all day. But this is something. But anyways, please, just tell me, what do I have to do to get people's attention so that they'll do something about this pool? This is absurd. You want to throw money away. And I hear you talking about you don't have any. Somebody needs more staff. You need all sorts of things. You shouldn't have to spend anything on this pool. There's a little bit of plumbing trouble. And people spoke of APA access. So there's some handicap. I don't know what that's about. But you could easily, it's a huge pool, put a ramp for people to get in and out of the pool. You go in at ground level, you don't have to go to his bathhouse. They open the gates for you. That's how people come in with children. There's absolutely no handicap problem. I saw that written up in the paper. What is that? There is nothing new with the pool, except that it's been left in disrepair. So while we haven't been swimming in the hottest summers of anyone's life for the past few years, so I'd like to see the proof that there's something wrong with that pool. Because it's exactly the same as it was every other year.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back.
Hey, great to be here again. Stephen Frias, 107 Garden Hills Drive. I'm also a planning commissioner, so I'm just speaking on the capital budget. I'll try to be brief and to the point. As you see in the capital budget that's been proposed, this has been adopted by the commission. Just to remind you of a couple of things. The city council, according to charter section 6.12, has the ability to may accept, reject, or modify proposals described herein. So therefore, you can reject one of these proposals, you can reduce the amount, increase the amount, or shift the year. But what you can't do is add. There's no adding a capital project that has not been approved by the planning commission. If you look at 609, when they talk about the operating budget, it says the council may increase, decrease, or strike out any items or appropriations or add items not included in the operating budget. So that's why you're able to add items under the operating budget, but not add items in the capital budget. Thank you. In regards to this, there's a couple of things here. I wish I had made a motion to take out. And I didn't, because I make motions to take things out and then I kind of feel uncomfortable because people start getting uncomfortable with me take things out of this thing. One is the training facility for the fire, $500,000. The Chief Warren came in and said, basically, they go to work right now. The idea was maybe we should have our own, but he said it was not a big deal. And I was really on the fence of whether or not to include it or not include it. Make even motion to take it out. Because one of the things the planning board is we have to look at whether the necessity of the item. That's what it is. You guys have more discretion. In regards to another thing too, is you can move some items around here. Like some of these projects that are in for FY24, they're actually kind of low priority. See, the administration gives us priorities of each project. And some of them were listed as like signal upgrade was 6 out of scale 1 to 10. Rehabilitation replacement of bridge under public works, that was 10 on a scale 1 to 10, 1 being the highest. So it's all in the city planning commission spot. So if you're looking for places to move, because this isn't a very large, expensive budget, probably either the first or second largest in nominal dollars for the city. I don't want to say adjusted for inflation it is, because in the 1950s, when you build 1 high school, 1 middle school, and about 4 or 5 elementary schools, that's a lot. So my only caution to you guys is as you go forward on the schools, we're going to get this done for the schools here, but really we need a pause because we're taking on a lot of debt, you know, as we go forward. And last thing on Budlong Pool, particularly, I've said this before, I know I'm in the minority, but I think the most cost-effective way to give people the chance to swim in the summer is to simply give them pass the city to work out an arrangement with the YMCA or Parkview Middle School or some country club and give them a pass to go this summer for a couple of months. It's a lot cheaper than spending millions of dollars to try to do this pool thing, however people are talking about it. That's my own personal opinion. That's how I think is the most cost-effective approach. I know there's a lot of memories and nostalgia and feelings about these things, and I get that, but if you already got other pools in the city, just pay people, work with the other institutions and get them to go there. And it'll be a lot less cheaper than inventing one on your own. Sorry for going over. That was it. And it's been enjoyable watching you this evening. Thank you.
Any?
Oh, can I say one more thing?
At your own risk, yes.
I did, last year I came in and I was critical of the budget last year because of the large reliance on opera funds. And I just wanted to commend the work that's been done to bring that number down to 4.7 million on opera. You've really done a great job of reducing the structural issues and getting a control on spending. So I wanted to say that because I know a lot of people come out and just say blah, 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 and they complain. I want to say something positive publicly. So, all right, thank you. Sorry about that.
So, all right, we're on the capital budget. We are on the capital budget for fiscal year 24. So I know one of the pages goes back to last year and then a few years into the future. We are just looking at fiscal year 24. Mr. Frias mentioned some sort of rating system, 1 through 10. Is that something that could be shared with the council through the administration? Some, a 10 being highest priority, 1 being meh, we could not meh, but we could do without on necessities here. What are the because it is a large budget, and just to get that would give us some background on what the administration's true priorities are here. Have to, if you want to send that to us in an email would be great.
So I can help explain to the council. In the Cranston Planning Board website for the March meeting, you will find capital budget listed, some PDFs there. One of them lists all the projects that were submitted. There is a priority ranking in each project, 1 being the highest, 10 being the lowest. If you wish, I could read you for the record what they were at the time they were submitted, and I have all the numbers for what's for next year. If you want to go that way, otherwise you can wait for it to find out and go on the website. We'll get it from the administration.
We can pull. I appreciate the offer to read it.
Okay.
Given the time,
I understand.
we can pull it. But thank you for bringing that. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Council Vice President.
Just had a quick question. I noticed that there was $75,000 allocated in the capital budget, or proposed in the capital budget for the pickleball courts at Commercial Street Playground. Is that to then remove the complete basketball court, or is that to make it a dual court?
The original plans were to make it a pickleball facility. We had some requests from people in the neighborhood. The mayor had gotten, I had, and travels down there, talked to people. And with the growing popularity of it, we just thought a place for pickleball would be beneficial. I know we spoke a while ago about foosball and a multi-purpose place with basketball. It didn't get to that point. Can it be engaged again? I'm willing to listen to it as far as the demand is there. I think it's a great sport, but is it going to be used in that capacity at that facility? I think that's where I looked at leaning on which way would be used more.
And I think when we spoke even last week, I think it was, So I have strong concerns on removing the basketball court completely and just creating the pickleball on there. But is that $75,000 as proposed? If that was to be used for pickleball, that includes the entire paving
Yes, I
of
went,
the blacktop and
yeah.
the
Be replaced.
net?
Yeah, I had a rough estimate a while back. Excavating that and putting new asphalt in with a good texture for, for a tennis type pickleball type facility.
Or-
And again, the demand we're getting in the calls is off the wall. I mean, Hope Road-
Interesting, because the demands that I'm getting are totally different, and definitely one of them is objection of the removal of the basketball court, and they're actually I don't want to get out of line in term, derail from the conversation, but they want to make sure that there's actually more toys
Well, it's,
in that
yeah.
area versus just being for like young, smaller little 5-year-old or younger. But the pickleball, if that was to come in place of the basketball court, I just think you're gonna have a lot of pushback from the community to just remove the entire basketball court and make that a pickle.
Okay.
Well, just because the younger generation or even adults actually in that area, I see them playing basketball all the time that I think that, so we can have that conversation for
Absolutely.
public works, and I can put that on the parks maybe next, for the next meeting. But I didn't know if that $75,000 was strictly just for pickleball or for.
No, it was
both.
for the asphalt and the, little excavate on the
Okay.
side, put a few benches in. The idea was to make it where they're not gonna have to,
Yeah,
where they're not gonna have to compete with the tennis crowd, because that's what we're
Okay.
getting up at Hope Road now. It's a-
thank you. And my other question was the proposed 3 million for the city hall parking lot solar cover,
I'm sorry,
the city hall parking lot solar cover that's on there. Would that be probably to the administration,
must be
to
administration.
the director?
The only question I have for Lee, believe we should just be discussing the 24 capital budget, right?
Versus the 24-25, just the 23-24.
Correct.
Okay.
Or the 22-23.
The approved, well, the
23, 24.
23 was
23,
approved
24.
already. So the 23-24 should be the only one?
The only thing that we actually approve this year. Those other ones are, that's there
For-
for
That's
informational.
future purposes, but so it'd only be the 23-24 to discuss for this purposes. Okay, that's fine. We can still talk about it anyway, right, at some point. All right.
Does anyone have any, that way Director Tasalia can get home. Does anyone have any questions for the capital budget related to specifically to Parks and Rec? Yes, Budget Auditor.
For the capital improvements to the director and actually to Director Moretti, is the funds available for these improvements, or do you have to go out to referendum for additional bonding?
Actually, I'd rather, if it's okay with you, to defer it to the finance director. And he's closer to that than I.
Through the chair to the council, the vast majority of, depending on what is advanced, the vast majority of the projects do have available funding, and once again, it's going to be dependent on what gets advanced.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. Director, it looks like I see there is no money allocated for Dowick Park, basketball court. We talked about that, I think, last year, that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the basketball court. So it looks like I don't see anything. Is I correct?
Through the chair to the counselor, there is 175 in the subsequent fiscal year.
for 2024-25?
Through the chair, that's the recommendation for the FY 24-25 capital plan. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so also, I don't know, there's a lot of needs in terms of playground in Ward 2 particularly. We have 2 basketball court in the same place at Bad Longpole. Is there anything, I don't see anything for those basketball. Is that something we think about it, or is included in the whole project of Bad Longpole?
The thought was to include it in the whole project, but getting back to your point, we think about doing fields all the time. I could do work on just about every field, the amount of use they get. So there are parking lots and it is a nonstop survey facilities of trying to get things done and of find a way to do them. But that's what I'm here for, and you guys can help us out do that.
Yes, because it's really, a lot of people use this park a lot. And I saw those kids playing. It's not safe if someone trip on the field, and that's a liability, I think. So I'm happy that something is there for them for next year, even if it's not this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Directors, I'm gonna hold my questions on capital. I'll just send them via email once I've reviewed the priority list. That'll certainly help me determine what the questions are gonna be. So I'm gonna hold off on my questions until I look over that. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Director Moretti.
Just a comment, and thank you for consideration of that priority. Frankly, I haven't seen that priority list myself. Probably should have, but it wasn't called to my attention. I didn't think of looking. So I will take a peek. I think, appreciate it. I think it's a great idea. The other thing too is time has evolved a little bit, and I think our estimates might be a little bit better, that we can hone in on better estimates for some of the costs of some of these projects too. Maybe 2 or 3 key projects. So I don't know how we want to follow up on that. We just want to maybe point a couple of things out. Want to save that discussion or have it kind of a bit of a back and forth now? It's whatever you prefer. Or we could do it somewhat offline and individually.
We're here. I'm fine doing that now. If folks want to, if you want to communicate that to the finance or council afterwards, or instead of at this time, I'll leave it up to you.
It probably won't take too long, and as I'm speaking, I'll ask Director Zidelis to check my numbers that I'm using. This is not rehearsed. Something just to note, well, the schools, obviously, we're concerned that their spending does fall within these limits. It's maxing out of the $147 million bond referendum. So there's no wiggle room for more. Director, if you wanted to make a comment on that as I'm talking.
If Director Moretti's more diplomatic than I am, because I'm gonna keep harping on 130. Okay, it must be late because I made a verbal mistake. The $130 million bond is the maximum we will bond. So it's the total authorization, including ride, is 147. I will continue to hop on 130. So if just on that one. So
and for those people who don't know, the 147 was approved maximum. There's the 130 that the director is referring to is The state advanced, a grant of $17 million. Basically, it's called PAYGO, but PAYGO grant, but it's basically cash flow. But that reduces the amount of allowable spending. That's what he's referring to. Just wanted for clarification. Yeah, just a couple of projects. I'm not going to necessarily comment on all of them. We'll get back to you on those priorities. But a couple of projects is one is the citywide infrastructure, $4 million. I recall in meetings with Director Bernardo, that also includes drainage projects. Director Zidelis, perhaps you may recall the amount that Director Bernardo was incorporating into that number. And it was, we could go back and check, hopefully, but I believe that to be over $500,000. So I just want to please make a note that that does include drainage, not just infrastructure. The Niceville project, we have received that's the streetscape project, a congressional grant of $500,000. And we received a grant from Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank for $300,000. We're not going to know that final number. But that 2.5 is maybe I think conservatively, maybe saying that I'm just thinking out loud. The whole project may be, depends how you consider it, with paving or not paving, between 3 and 3.3 on probably the high side, less consideration for those grants. So if you go on the high side, say the 3.3, subtract the 800,000 in grants, that gets you down to the 2.5. So I just wanted to point that 2.5 out. Certainly, if you allow this amount of capital spending, if we don't have to spend if we don't have to spend that money that's authorized, then we won't. So just want to be clear on that. Okay. I'll probably just, I'm just scanning this. And I know we won't have a long discussion on the pool, but that $4 million really is quite heavy. Probably the best estimate at this time, without consideration of grants, for we'll say that version of that scale down new pool and renovation of the bathhouse only would be approximately $3 million to $3.3 million also. That's the best guess at this time, or best estimate, frankly. And recalling that we received the federal congressional grant of $750,000. So if you're even at $3.5 million, which is probably on the high side, and you reduce it by that 750, you're talking about the 2.8 million. It was pretty ingenious how the city council came up with the resolution of 2.8 million. But on a net basis, perhaps 2.8 million could do the trick for that project. So if we're looking to trim it, but I wouldn't go much lower, because if you just go over, then we might be in trouble. But if you allow a little bit of leeway, but I just wanted to update you with those, we think, better estimates at this time. Because realizing this process, it was January, early February when these numbers were submitted to the planning department.
Thank you, Director. Council Vice President.
The signal upgrade, the $300,000. For.
Was multiple locations. It wasn't one. Through the chair to the counselor, and do you have the whole package by any chance, Steve?
That on the list? Because if it is, don't worry about it. I'll give that a look.
No. I don't recall it having the DPW request having specific sites. It may have, but I don't recall specifically, did they mention intersections? And for the life of me, I don't remember.
I believe if I recall, and again, I am quite sure. It was Park Avenue and Budlong Road and Dyer Avenue. And I believe it could have also been, I'm not sure of this. That one I'm quite sure. And we could verify that, but the other one that I recall may have been near the Print Works, that intersection there. Dyer and Cranston, but I'd had that one I'm a little bit more sketchy on. We'll have to get back to you. But then there's also the feeling that to go, these two projects that are nearby, the housing projects, to be consideration to see if they could chip in to share those costs. So, but we can get back to you. I'm
Okay.
quite sure it's part, as I mentioned.
Okay.
Park-
I have a few other questions on some of the items on here. Would that be on that list on the website as well then? Or not, in terms of like, for example, city-owned bridge rehabilitation / replacement? I'm not sure what that is. Would that be on
There's
that?
multiple bridges but I don't believe that the actual CIP request detail them, but what we were furnished with the departments are posted on the web. The
By
full
what-
set.
Okay. It does have the description as to where it is on the website?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman, did you ask about bridges or did I not hear correctly?
Yeah, no, it was bridge. It's a city-owned bridge rehab
The two-
/
but
replacement.
that
The 200,000?
Correct.
That was for a study
design,
to evaluate the current condition of the bridges citywide that the city does not have. So this would be one of those long-term type projects that is, the bridge is gonna fall down immediately, no, but we don't have it. I remember the director indicating that we do not have an assessment of the condition of the bridges at this time, and that's would have been seed money for that evaluation.
So, so again, just to be clear that I'm understanding, if I wanted to know which one are these city bridges, that's definitely on our website, those plans as to which one's recommended?
no, I don't think the list of bridges,
Study.
no.
The 7 of them?
But
So
we
is
can
your,
get-
I'm
they
just
know
curious, is
which-
there a way to just get that emailed?
Yes, we
just so
know which, they know.
Just curious, on those end. And my last question was on the citywide building improvements. Would that be, maybe I'll. Is that on the site as well? I'm just trying to save time because if it's on the website, then I can obviously not ask what buildings they are that you're looking to improve. I can look, and if there's not, I can just
Yeah,
email the questions,
and-
that's fine.
I can say this, what we could do is again, regroup particularly with DPW. And we'll come up with whatever specificity that we do have and provide it on an email to the council that from the administration. So you have as detailed information as we have,
Which was submitted to the planning commission.
okay?
That works. I appreciate it. And I didn't, okay, I'll email you the other 2 questions that I have now as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, just one quick question. Are all the projects that are submitted in the budget have made it through planning and been approved by planning?
Yes, this is if I may, this is the final revised approved because there were projects that were recommended be deleted from the plan. So this is, and that also includes the revised school allocation on projects which occurred at the planning commission meeting.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, are there any other questions or comments from the public in person? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public online?
There's no public comment.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
All in favor, say aye. Ayes have it. We are adjourned.